HP? What it do, HP? What it do, HP?
All right, everyone. Well, we've got
such a naughty stand, for you came in my ass with stand.
that shit up.
What you cooking?
Hey, wait, cook that shit up.
No criminal beats.
Dirty. I'm a little lean. Pay your car ride, baby girl, like Yu-Gi-Oh! So I spaced out myself, nigga, like a UFO. I'm sending shot at you, bitch, nigga, Geronimo. Sticks on sticks, nigga, bitch, like an audible. Whoever get hit, bust it, nigga, I ain't liable. Nigga talking crazy, nigga, it's subliminal. Niggas pocket broke, nigga, bitch, he ain't compatible. Bald head, nigga, popping beers like I'm Stone Cold. You better spoil that chick. Cash that chime during a whip. Don't play with it, baby girl, yeah. They call me slick, well, I was born for this. Trapping, motion, etc. SCMG, now we better. My ex chick named Esther, she said I would run to be a stepper. Trapping in the weather, so I'm slicker than butter. Of course, I'm a hustler. I've been busy, I've been working, I've been trapping. Turn that motion and shift into some progress. Hills, weed, and coke, that's just an object. 3 niggas around me, nigga, acting real suspect. Going green, big, bullet sharp like Brett. Man, I put that on a set, swear to God, it's a check. Respect, it's that boy Slick Sosa, my dope from Magnolia. I been told you, nigga, I drink little dirty soda. Chain color as Crayola, dark skin Mexican bitch like Dora. She said, young slick, boy, I love to explore you. On red like bad aura, snake eyes like Cobra. On your roof like some soul. Mr. Wise, so I'm older. A bullet touches his body, left his spirit damn sober. I'm screaming ACMG soldier, ACMG soldier. Obvious, I'm in my prime. Optimist, cross the line. He is a slime. It's my time. Gang, I'm gon' shine. Pay your car ride, baby girl, like Yu-Gi-Oh! So I spaced out myself, nigga, like a UFO. I'm sending shot at you, bitch, nigga, Geronimo. Sticks on sticks, nigga, bitch, like an audible. Whoever get hit, bust it, nigga, I ain't liable. Nigga talking crazy, nigga, it's subliminal. Niggas pocket broke, nigga, bitch, he ain't compatible. Bald head, nigga, popping beers like I'm Stone Cold. Woo. Gang, ACMG, man. Fuck they talking about forever. That boy Slick the ruler, Slick Sosa, man. Triple E. Do what I do, nigga. SCMG the best, nigga. I mean, Solando. Can't now, nigga, tell me that I'm not, nigga. I don't give a damn. Facts. Fuck you talking about, nigga. Dumb nigga. One of the greatest, nigga. Memphis, what it do? West Orlando shit. Expired pussy. Yeah, that whole pussy thought out. Bitch, I'm in my city, young nigga. I'm finna pop out. So I had to get my phone across, nigga. Do say, broke nigga talking about prove something. Ain't gotta prove shit. Cold crystal in a bottle full of Henny. Walking down the street strapped like a vigilante. I'm a real nigga. Real nigga understand me. Stop playing crazy, nigga. Pass me the fucking Remy. I'm an immigrant. When I shoot, ain't nobody damn innocent. The car I'm in, nigga, bitch, you can't afford a tent. My car never ran. That little hoe you like, little homie, she a skank. Jank.
Yeah, hey, Mrs. hit the ruler. Nigga talk shit, I'ma fuck around and do ya. You ain't got no life insurance, bitch, don't make me do ya. You ain't got no life insurance, bitch, don't make me do ya. Yeah, hey, Mrs. hit the ruler. Nigga talk shit, I'ma fuck around and do ya. You ain't got no life insurance, bitch, don't make me do ya. You ain't got no life insurance, bitch, don't make me do ya. SCMG shit, nigga.
That boy Slick the ruler, Slick Sosa, man.
A real nigga, R.I.P. Lil Dre, nigga. Nala Bingy. Gang. ACMG, man. A little perky, with my dog shit, run to the money, Kentucky Derby. I pull up in the skirt and probably swerving. My white just Eddie Murphy. Pull up in the skirt and probably swerving. Drunk as hell, slick as you burning. Reefer, thick blunt nigga, shit look like Quintifa. Smoking on Molly, y'all smoking Molly, nigga call that shit Jetta Pinkett. I feel like Adolf, dropping Nate bomb. I got that AR, double barrel nigga, assault all.
Yeah, in the stool, I'm sipping on that Jose Cuervo. OIP to take off. Bitch, I'm a boss, can't get laid off. Gotta keep grinding till this shit pay off. Got stick and ball on the track. You know it's a hit, little dog. It's a hit, little dog. And we don't give a fuck about no law. But hold up. Bitch, we them souls. Hold up. We them souls. We the pros. Fuck the hoes. Money, cars, and clothes. Man, that's all a nigga know. Niggas claiming they got motion, but I swear that shit don't show. To the fucking top, and that's where this song won't go.
Say no more. Half of you dudes acting like they pope. Get going, choppers out, nigga. Finding me more. My chain Brian, pick star, nigga. Guess what, nigga? Lilo. Get a stick, find a dish. Boy, I guess he low. Shit me chain snatcher. Young nigga call me Debo. If a nigga won't be, guess what, nigga? My tolerance is zero.
Cold flow, so fucking cold. Shit below zero. Freeze a nigga, finish him like I'm Sub-Zero. I done hit the jackpot bingo. Got more paper than King Cole. And if a nigga want beef, I won't miss like Shaq. Free throw.
And if you see the popo, you best to warn her, bro. Yeah. Nigga.
Shine, do Babylon, do Babylon, yeah. Do Babylon, do Babylon.
A crowd to my brother them. Pay attention to the way them niggas moving, or we clutching them. Feed you niggas hollows to the face, the bitches stuck with them. Screaming for the government, we generating all the covenant. Down bad, then we double them. You ain't never went to war about no money, so stop chopping, nigga. My brother caught 2 murder cases and beat the lead lifeless nigga. Know this nigga roll against some money, still don't like this nigga. You got the bread, we got the price, nigga. Keep my faith to God to get me out this dope game. We flood them hills, West Orlando, talk to no names. We getting real money over here, fuck them whole games. And the nigga tell you different, selling the soldiers like some cocaine. I'ma keep shit swift from all the shit that I did way back then. You found a son, how the hell them niggas gon' take that in? Fuck nigga cross me over, but I hear the UN spin. Because those shit hanging out the window, he'll take shit to the chin. Spin for a dub, spin for a dub. They caught him lacking at the club, follow him home and it was up. Use the words in the right test, them niggas will really call you bluff. Forever pay, fuck the fake love. Bitch, you can't replace it, nah. Young hustling, that nigga ain't no fake, we ain't raw. One of the bad from the jump, bitch, I was gon' get involved. Keep that ice up in the cup and keep that hank in your drawers. Salute my niggas facing them ball while I stand tall in front of all eyes. You still a ghost, you done got exposed to the mall price. She was a toast, she introduced us to that dog life. Roll a clutch, your clock, play this crowd, them niggas easing us. Can't fuck with too many cause I get tired of niggas freezing up. To get me out this dope game. We flood them hills, West Orlando, talk to no names. We getting real money over here, fuck them whole games. And the nigga tell you different, selling the soldiers like some cocaine. I'ma keep shit swift from all the shit that I did way back then. You found a son, how the hell them niggas gon' take that in? Fuck nigga cross me over, but I hear the UN spin. Because those shit hanging out the window, he'll take shit to the chin. No pretending, nigga can't need flat, bitch, I'm too fresh off that Remy. But start to get this shit, start to take off for every penny. Toast to the money, I threw on a little shot to have me feeling me. Doing that and with all that energy, quit playing with me. Hustling like no limit, bitch, I'm slaying digits. Only hang with bosses, fuck nigga, pay attention. No matter what, you gon' always be a thug, like who gon' pay a visit. Life is what you desire, call me alive, watch me transition. Who the fuck said you want us? Who the fuck gave you a pass to come around like you won't get touched? Fail to see, ain't no robbery, it's a stick up. From where them killers be, don't fuck around and get blicked up. Yeah. Diamond in the rough, you need it in the hay. So many trials that we done touched. Got me sinking on this page. I told you lies I couldn't cover, but you held me like a wish. We manifested with each other. Ayy, so tired, stuck in my own mind. You been down with me since day one. Whole lot of love we done discovered under the sun, baby. Hey, said you been down with me since day one. Say you my treasure, you my love, you my blood, baby. My love, yeah. We found each other through the thin air. Unconditionally tuned, the baby been real. The love that I consume, feel like we been here. Beat it from the balcony. Know them bitches out for you, they out for me. Causing different scenes, living our dreams, running through everything. Sticks to the scheme like it's the season 4, wedding ring. Dunking that little bag on you from the baseline. Ain't thinking about the past, we gon' escape time. You give me your heart and you could take mine. Love you from the flow up, time won't control us. Mine doing donuts, you got the pen to the gold club. Hashing out my old ways, touch you in the right place. Feel alive when I hold you, keep you warm on them cold days. Been through some trials, it would've been easy for us to part ways. They ain't never think that we'd emerge through the darkness. We coast to coast where we've been going at it the hardest. Permanent plug to your energy. Off this love, you gon' benefit. Loving, yeah. You been down with me since day one. You been down with me since day one. I'm loving you, ayy. Hey, you been down with me since day one. Hey, you been down with me since day one. Whole lot of love we done discovered under the sun, baby. Say you my treasure, you my love, you my blood, baby. You been down with me since day one. Hey, you been down with me since day one. Rock to the end, baby, I'm loving you. Over the years, I was being careless and thoughtless. I know the hurt that you would bear when I would end up on your block list. Tired of seeing all the nonsense. Things got real out of pocket. We make up, then I go back like we still living in them projects. You'll say me a sympathy cry, not like you were meant for me. Ain't holding back no love, I'm trying to give you all this energy. Dwell on good memories, please dwell on good memories. I ain't waste no time, short, I ain't never been your enemy. You got the right one. When the night fall and the road's clear, I'm a python. You got the right one. As we let bygones, we make room for some of this loving all night long. You got the right one. Been through some trials, it would've been easy for us to part ways. They ain't never think that we'd emerge through the darkness. We coast to coast where we've been going at it the hard days. Permanent plug to your energy. Off this love, you gon' be loving, yeah. You been down with me since day one. You been down with me since day one. I'm loving you. You been down with me since day one. Hey, you been down with me since day one. Whole lot of love we done discovered under the sun, baby. Say you my treasure, you my love, you my blood, baby. You been down with me since day one. Hey, you been down with me since day one. Right to the end, baby, I'm loving you.
Don't let your struggles get the best, don't let them drown you. Pay attention to what's around you. Hey, God is your reward, so this time you gotta value. Life is a knife, it'll stare you. Hey, really could convey what you feel deep inside. Dealing with them traumas, you can't sleep at night. I swear, all I see is strangers polluting my air. Favor what you love, favor what I love, cause I'm a king. Hope you can see right. You got the power to move your means for your team. You got the green light. You done knock down a few doors, throwing blows, cause you ain't scared of crows. How many deposits you gon' see before you nigga fold? On the road to them opposites. Nigga might just end up missing. Put off on my cousin, left a slain. Now it's gonna be some killings. Be around the blocks, ain't New York, but we gon' do some drilling. See Cal in that witch, I got my trigger fingers itching. Tryna feed another nigga, gon' be your crit tonight. Nigga fell off dipping in the set, now watch him grit the pipe. He ain't put his hustle before his habit, got a missing life. Beating on this bitch, he insecure, cause it ain't sin right, no give a fight. You niggas can't be in and out. Making all them excuses for your face, got you running wild. Rather kill than get some money. Nigga living like some clowns. Tryna make it out, I'm thugging, bitch, I can't be held bound. Favor what you love and you might gain some ground. 100K in cash, I ain't buzzed. Too many niggas running straight, getting killed by them slugs. You gon' run away from the street, but you gon' always be a thug. You gon' favor what you love. Love for the money, get you hooked like a drug. You ain't never met them niggas and them niggas hold a grudge. That shit, love for the birds, I'm taking flight like a dove, ayy. Turn to the plug, you gon' favor what you love, ayy. Love for the money, get you hooked like a dope fiend. Paint a picture while a nigga on this codeine, ayy. Racking up the paper, I need no sleep. Don't lose my young nigga, run it up. Focus on that bag, or you gon' favor to my nose, please. Ask me why I rank for you the police. Kill a nigga, mama screaming, can't get no sleep. Don't lose my young nigga, run it up. Focus on that bag, or you gon' favor what you love. When you know niggas, you gotta ask them, I'm serious. The kids feed your family, but these crackers so oblivious. Curious, that's why they try to put fear in this system. When you been a thug, nigga, they labeled you inferior. That don't mean you gotta pipe down. You ain't living in the stars, so you got right now. Reason makes sense to deserve the playgrounds. I don't wanna go to K-Town. Kids in the crossfire, they telling them to lay down. Nigga hit, he ain't moving, you need some patience, roll on breakdown. Nigga try to choose another path, but yeah, he stay in danger. Uncle showed me a new light, I created a different angle. I'ma always just on the 12 with a middle finger. Cause you always thinking it's fair when you done killed the nigga. Judge my character, the shit you stand on. In the end zone, new flavor, nigga, cut the Benz on. Just put some tents on, serve Vic cones. You gon' serve a purpose to get your chin blown. Shit, first real nigga. 100K in cash, I ain't buzzed.
Too many niggas running straight, getting killed by them slugs. You gon' run away from the street, but you gon' always be a thug. You gon' favor what you love. Love for the money, get you hooked like a drug. You ain't never met them niggas, and them niggas hold the bread. That shit there for the birds, I'm taking flight like a dove. Ayy, turn to the plug, you gon' favor what you love. Ayy, love for the money, get you hooked like a dope fiend. Paint a picture while a nigga on this codeine. Ayy, racking up this paper, I need no sleep. What you love. Walking up fatalities, hey, that's the duty of the rules. Got niggas becoming so immune to them catastrophes. He did right. My niggas out here been in corners at night. Skied up ready to rap a nigga airtight, can't step like. Just heard to tell some stories untold. I'm in the face of all the gun smoke. We about to unload. Bitch, you gon' step, who you gon' coincide with? You niggas ain't dining on the fucking pilot. You know the switch get silent. Steady spin around them corners like we doing donuts. When we see the bottles pumping, a young nigga pour. Bitch, you got a bet, that's what the fuck it costs you. Step in the name for a nigga, take your pockets. I only hang with bosses. I ain't been sleeping days, rip away. Stepping in that island, you can't turn away. You done read the game and they ain't come to play. Try this out to who you stay with. Mothers out here screaming in them pillowcases. Dressing up the cash like it was Taylor. Held my shoulders up, ooh, ayy. Hey, nigga, you know it's tough. 762 destroyed the me and you know what's up. Read between your scars I get dealt with. Choppers red, senseless, they selfish. Young nigga, he just struck out of dealt with. Your fuck nigga ain't never been no friend of me. Get the chest blown. Catch you right in front of you people, crib still get stepped on. Dope money, still working that stove and never ran vacant. Still rapping them bricks, sell that water, she got them rats naked. Chanting through all this Christ, you know them niggas never liked us. Ain't stop putting work on the scale for them crackers, try to indict us. Came from the can, you gon' remember me. Watch how I turn the sand into centerpiece. Yeah, yeah, just heard to tell some stories untold. I'm in the face of all the gun smoke. We about to unload. Bitch, you gon' step, who you gon' coincide with? You niggas ain't dining on the fucking pilot. You know the switch get silent. Steady spin around them corners like we doing donuts. When we see the bottles pumping, a young nigga pour. Bitch, you got a bet, that's what the fuck it costs you. Step in the name for a nigga, take your pockets. I only hang with bosses.
Losses make bosses, I sacrifice a nigga tried to cost me. Diamond dripping water like the faucet. In the trenches with them packs. It touched down and I'm getting off it. I done ran me up a bag and now my whole team ballin'. Phone ringing, money calling. I remember we was starving in them apartments. Now we hopping out of foreigns, nigga. Flying out on PJs. What you know about trapping, wearing the same clothes for 3 days? What you know about taking chances, busting plays to get paid? My day one nigga crossed me. Never knew my dog was bitch made. I hit a lick with all my dogs and split that shit 5 ways. Since AGC, we accustomed to getting cash round my way. It's money game, me and Lingo beating up the highway. And the Hellcat doing the dash, got that bitch going sideways. Since AGC, we accustomed to getting cash round my way. It's money game, me and Lingo beating up the highway. And the Hellcat doing the dash, got that bitch going sideways.
Just heard to tell some stories untold. I'm in the face of all the gun smoke. We about to unload. Bitch, you gon' step, who you gon' coincide with? You niggas ain't dining on the fucking pilot. You know the switch get silent. Steady spin around them corners like we doing donuts. When we see the bottles pumping, a young nigga pour. Bitch, you got a bet, that's what the fuck it costs you. Step in the name for a nigga, take your pockets. I only hang with bosses. Ain't no stopping them little niggas who already destined for it. Yo, he stood down and got a little blessing for it. Got a lot of pressure for him. Said a nigga got some pressure for him. Hey, ain't no sense in staying with your eyes closed. Bumped up from a ball, little nigga trapping out the side door. Keep scoring on the little niggas, get your bread up, bitch, cause these niggas wanna envy me, cause yeah, don't be scared, look in the nigga eyes. Murder one homicide. I done gave these niggas too many visions, ain't been televised. Hating on a nigga behind the blinds to cause you to fall off. Hating on that nigga in the flesh to get you you knocked off. I got dead stones. Nigga done caught a plague. I guess he kept counting his bread wrong. Nigga end up dead. He came up short, but look my leg long. 5.56 is knocking down trees. Don't get your head gone. West Orlando nigga 438. Hope you don't say it wrong. The bad bum ain't no rest of me. I'm turning sand into sesame. Taking over these felonies. Chopping smoke like a chillin'. Them bitches hot. We ain't gon' let them breathe. Never show your hands to a bus. It's just some shit that you can't let them see. I don't see the point in all the birds that you feed niggas. Burning all your respect and sketch your ties, low on leaving niggas. Like Nat Turner, I'm with it. First thing first, get rid of them green niggas. Don't want me to pin around them blocks, cause bitch, I'm bleeding. Ain't no sense in staying with your eyes closed. Bumped up from a ball, little nigga trapping out the side though. Keep scoring on the little niggas, get your bread up, bitch, cause these niggas wanna envy me, cause yeah, don't be scared, look in the nigga eyes. Murder one homicide. I done gave these niggas too many visions, ain't been televised. Hating on a nigga behind the blinds to cause you to fall off. Hating on that nigga in the flesh to get you knocked off.
See one thing about me, ain't no stopping me low key. I was raised by OGs, been in the field like police. I'm by the set for beefing. See fuck niggas, I peep them. Keep some killers round, let's keys and flag and get your smoke like reefer. You gangsta shit, then pop out, popping out the mouth, get you knocked out. Fresh out of school to the trap house, teach your main bitch with my socks off. Flow so authentic, G shit, that gangsta shit, independence, CRM, by business, been stacking the Benjamin, spin the block. No witnesses, keep some heavy artillery, keep my pockets on celery. All you fuck niggas irrelevant. In the club, we drugged up, but still focused, I'm a soldier, ain't no stopping me, I told you.
Hey, ain't no sense in staying with your eyes closed. Bumped up from a ball, little nigga trapping out the side though. Keep scoring on the little niggas, get your bread up, bitch, cause these niggas wanna envy me, cause yeah, don't be scared, look in the nigga eyes. Murder one homicide. I done gave these niggas too many visions, ain't been televised. Hating on a nigga behind the blinds to cause you to fall off. Hating on that nigga in the flesh to get you knocked off. Fuck, I look like hanging with a crumb on with a business at by hotter than a bear. Too many trumpets, I get into that. Always getting cash, I'm throwing money, fuck the ceiling fan. BVS is wet, bitch, all this water, it can kill a man. Cooking up that dough, she put a foot in it. Hey, pushing out the I'm from that dust on that floor. I was a nigga you could've trust, nigga. Here would've got bust by my nigga. Felt that cup, fuck nigga told. In my hood, it ain't no luck, young niggas keep moving rough. Niggas really don't give a fuck, swear it's a cold change. You ain't really stepping your own, nigga hit you close range. They ain't giving no welcomes, he ain't this to the dope game. They just keep discovering all them bodies tied to no names. Parents hooked on cocaine. Them niggas beating down them bloods, he turned the flame on. Death of my cousin made me lose and I can't aim wrong. Trying to find somebody else to blame, let's get this pain gone. Said it's still a couple fuck niggas I gotta rain on. Young nigga, hang on. Too many lies in your ear, they don't despise. They just feed cause you bank long. Wrap them pies in the bowl before it's ready. Bitches sold, niggas switching on them codes. Getting too hot, don't get your name on. Please don't get burnt by that red, cause the fool will put them stones in your head, yeah. Streets on lock, nigga, we cut them up and drop off. One false move and take a top off. Reach into the harvest, dig deep cause you the hardest, ayy. Please enjoy the rain, don't let the change look obvious. Tired of all the politics and mention anger. Hey, money will turn a nigga to a stranger. Hey, they got it out for me. So indecisive with my pal, just keep this trap bubbling. This for them late nights, dealing with them great rice with fake rice. Race pice, hate why, really why you play nice, your heart fade. Still smiling on my dark days. Causing too much damage, screaming the manager, you had to part ways. Don't need love, young niggas stay focused in them blessings, they gon' creep up. Different ties to monetize, but they gon' see us. Cut your sunrise, deliver broad shit on the rap burner. Some niggas ain't meant to see how them racks turn up. Show no sympathy, he need a back warmer. You gon' remember what that cat stumble. Play with that cheese and get this trap under. 7 me a clown, diving in this water, fuck nigga, ready to drown. You subscribe to be a menace, you gon' exit the clouds, only raining for the moment. Don't be the next to be the cow, giving no fuck nigga flowers. I say, please don't get burned by that red, cause the fool will put them stones in your head, yeah. Streets on lock, nigga, we cut them up and drop off. One false move, take a top off. Reach into the harvest, dig deep cause you the hardest, ayy. Please enjoy the rain, don't let the change look obvious, ayy. Tired of all the politics and mention anger. Hey, money will turn a nigga to a stranger. Hey, addicted to the hustling, I ain't really seeing no stop signs. Watch your mouth front of these hoes, they playing cold, they like to drop down. But you ain't been on them toes, nigga, we send them through them hotlines. But they talking under the scope, nigga exposing, I'ma draw down. I'm fit to be one one of the coldest, nigga, you can't control us. Took me on the trailblaze game, focus out and found the clover. Blossom one day, you see the sauce stage, just sell the lotus. Forever paid, roll it, bitch, I'm a boss and you can't even cope it. Reaching up for the stars with all my flaws, God holding my hand. Ross told me to buy the dip, don't put yourself in a trance. I ain't holding on to my little drip, I done developed my stance. Too many niggas behind the wall, spend too much money on stamps. Just the ego, look through the peephole. Niggas be fairy tale, thugging nothing but some creep hoes. You couldn't hold your own water, you need a Lord, we know. Making deals to duck the time you was a hood hero. Fuck you, please don't get burnt by that red. Cause a fool will put them stones in your head, yeah. Streets on long, nigga, we cut them up and drop off. One false move, take a top off. Reach into the harvest, it deep cause you the hardest, Please enjoy the rain, don't let no change look obvious. Hey, tired of all the politics and mention anger. Hey, money will turn a nigga to a stranger.
Yo, yo, yo. Shout out that brother Rolly, man. Yeah, I know it's another episode of Taco Tuesday, man, where we talk about currency only. Let's get in the building and try to make some money. Right now we in a play. We got to sell from 2,330 roughly. We're kind of iffy about this 15-minute uptrend, but we're staying patient because we're still playing the hour downtrend game. We're not gonna get a reading on this 2 hour, which is the main reason why I'm kind of interested in the 30-minute, even if it's on a shorter term frame, because of the 2 hour and the 4 hour actually. The reason why I'm not extremely convinced is because they're basically topped out, right? So yeah, so roughly they're topped out. There can be a reversal. In my mind, I'm thinking the sell might necessarily just be better in this position than rather getting out of the John, even if it goes negative. We're gonna see. Like I said, our main thing is we're gonna wait for this hour reading and we're gonna play it close. So the hour reading actually give us the next, I guess, exit point or stop loss point necessarily. Depends on how the reading come back. So let's see how this reading come back, and we'll be able to move from there. But yeah, like I said, man, thank everybody for coming through to the Black Wall Street Bets. Time to make some money, and let's just see how everything going in the market. We usually start out with a market recon and stuff, but I'm gonna kind of jump in a little bit more.
Well,
because what we're gonna do is we're just gonna cover a couple stories necessarily. So I think that'll work for us. We're just gonna cover a few stories. So we're gonna run through a couple different videos. Shouldn't take an eternity. Okay, we're gonna have this one over here. Alright. And also, I got my cam on over here, but I don't even know if I'm actually in my cam mode right now. Am I cam mode? Might not be cam mode right now, man. Let me turn my camera off just for a little bit. Boom, send that boy over here. Okay, let's hear what the brother has to say, and we'll be back.
McDonald's is pulling the plug on its AI ordering system for now. The fast food giant partnered with IBM on its AI drive-through tech back in 2021 to help McDonald's expedite its orders and meet growing demand, but the technology will officially shut off no later than July 26th at more than 100 restaurants. Customers were apparently documenting their botched orders, ordering I guess the Frosty machine still probably doesn't work.
Yeah.
The McFlurry machine.
Try to maybe use AI.
Yeah.
That could help.
That's where they should have put the money.
They should have put the money there. But I think that this kind of encapsulates the AI conversation, right? We talk about the fact that more and more companies are deploying this technology, trying to use it, investing their CapEx dollars into incorporating AI, yet it's not exactly living up to those expectations in some instances.
Yeah.
And you talk about reliability. Clearly, at least with this instance, there has been a reliability issue. Orders are being messed up, to say the least, and so they're taking a bit of a pause. Now, this isn't to say that McDonald's is abandoning the AI efforts going forward. They have made some comments that they are, of course, looking to incorporate AI technology down the road, but again, they're taking a little bit of a break. They're reassessing what that current partnership is, what exactly they're using AI for in their business, and then once they do that, after a quote-unquote thoughtful review, then they are looking to possibly reintroduce AI down the road. But again, lots of questions about what exactly this means, even beyond McDonald's, for companies that are looking to use AI to improve their operations today and how reliable it is.
I kind of think back to what we just heard from Oracle and Larry Ellison just last week, where he was talking about how it's more than language learning models for artificial intelligence. It's about them being neural networks. And when you think about the complexity of neural networks, not all of us speak perfectly as Americans. Like, we all have different types of tone that we speak with. There's so much nuance to the way that we talk, whether you're in Boston or you grew up in Philly or you grew up in Texas. And so these AI models need some time to really figure out what the heck we're actually saying. Like, how many times have you actually spoken even to Alexa and it gotten it right? Like, it's setting a timer for 2 years out from now when you set it for 2 hours based on how you actually pronounce it. So pronunciation, enunciation, all of these different kind of tones of voice that we speak with, especially for something that's supposed to be as fast as a drive-through, that's going to be challenging, and it's going to come with complexity.
It's going to be challenging, but it's also important to point out that this has been critical. I mean, McDonald's is far from the only restaurant, obviously, that has been testing AI capabilities. Some have been doing it very successfully. When you take a look at some of those other names, Wingstop, T.A.C.O, Chipotle, Yum Brands.
Okay, so these are a couple of the guys that's testing out the nonsense, right? The AI situation. Okay, cool. If you're interested in any of these brands, you can buy them, but that's neither here nor there. Let's just look at the fundamentals, I guess, the technicalities of this trade. Like, what's technically good about this trade? Necessarily nothing. But we're going to start off with IBM. Why are we starting off with IBM? Because IBM is one of the AI providers, or the biggest, in this whole fast food situation, right? So we're going to start off with them. They seem like a very, very healthy brand to start off with, right? So let's do that. I'm going to go, because I want to put them on the chart so we can see them. This is IBM. All right. Go back to this. Make sure they can see the chart for IBM. This is the chart that I'm currently looking at right now for IBM. This is a monthly time frame that I'm currently looking at, but we're gonna scrub to it. This is the weekly. You technically cannot buy on the weekly yet, but this is the most compelling look on this setup. The fact that you're above the cloud, the fact that you're technically bottomed out for the most part on the MACD and on the RSI. Now that they're looking to actually reverse, which is a positive. The negative, though, is that the daily is topped out, which usually just negates everything that this weekly is quote unquote doing. And the reason why I know that is before I even get there, the monthly will still be going down. Grand open, grand closing. But like I said, what's also interesting about them, same difference. I don't see a possibility of them holding this green level right here. But maybe they can hold it on. I don't see them necessarily holding it on the quarterly either. Maybe they can hold it on the yearly. But like if you look at the yearly right now, 1, 2, 3. Got 3 candles. So this has technically been an uptrend for relatively 3 years now. So like it's been like, I don't know, necessarily. If you literally just look at all these 1, 2, 4 green years, right? And then they pushed this last year all the way to 197. Now it's pulling back to 170. What I'll tell you, the only thing that's compelling about even the yearly, even the quarterly, a lot of these different time frames is that we're above the cloud. What's the relevance of that? It's only relevant meaning that we're going to get a test. So usually, like things could always change, but usually with these different setups, what you'll get is I don't even want to. No, I don't actually want to say it like that. But generally, in these situations, when you're above the cloud, you'll usually get the pullback to stay above the cloud to retest. There's been times that you will level out where you will start up way above the cloud and then you'll start looking, and next 2 days, 3 days, you see that damn, this same play that I've been sitting in is now completely in the cloud when it was never actually even there. So right, that's the interesting part of this whole cloud situation. So you don't necessarily want to use that as a long-term indicator, but like I said, you can use a lot of smaller guys based on, look at the 15, you see it on the 30 2 hour. The 2 hour actually just hit, so you would actually buy on the 4 hour to get this higher high of 172. The only bad thing about the 4 hours are MACD's already topped out, so once our RSI gets topped out, then we're back in the same position. And like I said, our daily is already topped out, which will just lead us right back in the same position if you can't buy on the weekly. So now you have to start thinking, okay, if I can't buy on the weekly and my daily is topped, I can't buy on the daily either. So what position am I in? I can't necessarily start selling right now, but I am under that 63 level that the brother explained to me about with K. He said he likes when K is necessarily under 63 as far as a sell, right? So that's below it necessarily, so you can get it, but it seems extremely late, so I wouldn't force it in there. But you might be playing it to the MACD where you're like, yeah, I'm playing it with the MACD though. So like, even if that bottoms out, if my MACD consistently goes down, then I'm playing it in. And the reason why I may be doing that is because I'm playing it for the quarterly and for the yearly, because that's the importance of the MACD, right? Once the RSI stops, that means that the actual energy for whatever that time frame stops. But usually when you get the MACD, that's another time frame. So that'll be if you're on the 4 hour and the MACD still going up, but you topped out. Even with XAU, that's what we're gonna do, is go look at our daily, because we know in XAU for sure we're in that position where the daily can make a big difference. Okay, and this is McDonald's. Look, they bottomed out on the quarterly RSI, right? But do you think that I think that it's still a downtrend? Yes, because like I said, our MACD, right? And the reason why I can tell that before I even go check it, I just go to the yearly right now, block it. I think, like I said, I think McDonald's is one of the best sales right now. The benefit that McDonald's do have, like I try to tell y'all, is just their big brand and these smaller time frames, right? They sort of affect necessarily, but it's all irrelevant on the bigger time frame. So you couldn't sell right now necessarily, but you will wait till December, and if your reading come back in December below 78 or whatever, I mean below 67, then you'll be selling for the whole year on McDonald's. And those are the like different setups that I try to tell people. And the way that I'm teaching you, it'll make it even extremely easy if you try to trade something or calls or puts on like different stocks, just with the simple knowledge that you have of being like, okay, this is a year out, this is such and such, such and such. That's how people have different time horizons. So like if you get some contracts and you want a fucking strike price at whatever, and the day that you're gonna exercise the contract is on the 20th, right? These different things come into play where you'll be like, okay, I'm looking at a daily uptrend, boom, 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 boom. By the time this day, we should be around these numbers, right? That's kind of how you do that concept. So like I said, with this way that I'm teaching, we'll be able to use this and be able to trade anything else. Okay, restaurant brand, same difference. They actually look better than McDonald's because they're not down in the year. The monthly is basically almost bottomed out, but like I said, the monthly, now you're dealing with the MACD, so now you got to worry about the quarterly. that's all irrelevant to you because it's at 70. So I need 67 we selling this boy. So this doesn't look as amazing, but this is not a terrible play either. I don't like the fact that daily is topped out. Like this is necessarily something that I wouldn't buy. Like fast food don't really look like it's doing anything right now. Like the way I'm looking at fast food, I'm trying to figure out like what could actually save it. Seems like we're gonna have a lot of pullback on in the fast food space, and maybe that's why they're making all the noise about nonsense. So let's try Yum Brands. Same difference, like I said, they're all relatively in the same spot. They've all had a great year. Actually, if this year keeps going, nah. Quarterly, we got a good quarterly setup. Got a good weekly setup. MACD just getting involved, so now we gotta wait for the monthly. Well, you can't sell on the monthly, so you gotta wait for the month. So Yum Brands is technically not a sell or a buy yet, because you can't buy on none of these random time frames. And like I said, when I say not a sell, usually from the daily to the yearly, there's nothing necessarily confirmed. But if you go to the 15-minute, it's topped out. You probably wouldn't even sell right here because now you got the MACD getting involved. So if you go to the bigger time frames, you'll see a lot of them starting to get involved, right? So that's necessarily not the play as far as just that. So that's Yum. We did restaurant brand. We did McDonald's, and let's do Wendy's. Okay, Wendy's is the cheapest on here by a lot. Let's see, what do they have? The 2 hour don't look bad. 4 hour looks terrible. You could almost sell on that 4 hour. Not necessarily yet, but you can almost sell on that 4 hour. It's at 68, 69. Like I said, we want 60. 67. I'm just telling you. Same thing on this daily. This shit looks terrible. It looked like an imminent pullback, but like I said, you couldn't sell confirmed on the daily yet either, so you couldn't buy on the weekly. Yeah. This actually looks like the worst one. Like, what did y'all come from? $26? Okay, that makes sense. Y'all look like the worst. But in being the worst, you actually no, because you're not done. We got one more test, which is the yearly, and we couldn't sell on the yearly either necessarily. So this is one that we'll have to watch. But so what we're gonna do possibly for even next year going forward, we're gonna watch these plays. I want to keep these in the chamber. XAU USD. The reason why I want to keep these in the chamber, these are like some very sellable plays. Very, very sellable plays. Like I said, like you see XAU, this is the only reason why it's not as sellable as you may think. Because this yearly uptrend, now you might say, yo, but we got the quarterly and all this. Yeah, it's not as bad as the other ones. Right, we're still in the yearly, so it has a way to drag and maneuver, but not very compelled. Yeah, so the hour is still going down, so you can't necessarily sell on it. Like I said, you can do anything for whatever purpose, but we're gonna just try to follow the chart. Like I said, we're up. We was just up $3 something. Now this shit is moving fast. Now we're actually down. Now we back up. Now we at 0 cents. Now we back up 72 cents. Now it's coming back up, but our buy is gonna come on this 15 minutes, so we're just gonna be patient, and we're gonna see what the hell. Man, I don't know what all was being missed. I hope everything's being picked up. I'm consistently hearing it chipping out and chipping in, so I'm not sure if it's something that I'm touching or what's necessarily going on. But okay, that one right there is interesting. So we didn't really see a lot going on for these guys. most of these guys looked very good on a sell. Not a quick sell, but a long-term sell. Most of these guys look very good for a pullback. So it's just like when Facebook was at the all-time highs. A lot of niggas like, yo, this look very good for a pullback. You're like, no, it's Facebook. No, nothing is nothing. If there's a pullback setup, there's a pullback setup. Grand open, grand closing, right? So we don't want to get in the market and start falling in love with positions or companies. Like, okay? No, we don't fall in love with positions or companies, bro. Like, it's not your company, not your baby, bro.
All right, let's take a look
So
at
we're not gonna trip right there too much. But like I said, we're just gonna run through a couple videos and bring up some
Berkshire
stocks.
Hathaway boosting its stake in Occidental Petroleum, now holding roughly 29% worth of over $15 billion, 29% stake in the company. Yahoo Finance's Ines Ferre has the details on that. Ines.
Yeah, Shauna, and Berkshire Hathaway has once again scooped up shares of Occidental Petroleum, acquiring another 2.95 million shares of the oil and gas company. It paid $176 million in 3 separate purchases of these shares. And this is Warren Buffett's favorite oil and gas producer. He has said in the past he believes in the leadership of the company. And he was instrumental, by the way, in backing Occidental's acquisition of Anadarko back in 2019. Now, Buffett has said in the past he does not want to own all of the company or control it, though Berkshire Hathaway does have the right to buy up to 50% of the company. But right now it owns almost 29% of Occidental Petroleum. If we take a look at the stock price, it is relatively flat year to date. It's hanging around the $60 level. But remember that this stock was the best performer back in 2022 of the S&P 500, outperforming all the other stocks that year, guys.
All right, Ines, thanks so much for breaking that down for us.
All right, another nonsensical stock in a sense. Leave these up to the rich people that got time. Like I said, you can get in it too. Let's make sure that we're on the screen so y'all can goddamn see this nonsense. Transition. Man, I gotta change this shit. This doesn't make something wrong right now. Okay, this is the Occidental Petroleum, bruh. If you're able to look at it, you will be able to see why right. A few reasons. Number one reason, I don't really like the quarterly. Why? Your boy is in it and he probably increased his spot. He probably bought, because look, this is the yearly uptrend. It's still gonna be this MACD to cross over, so it's not a terrible play. This is at 57, so you can technically sell on the monthly. So I'm not intrigued in this play. I wouldn't say convinced or whatever, but nah, I'm not intrigued in this play at all because there's literally no setups that gives you great odds. Like, so you'll be buying this play based on fundamentals, market data, just anything, right? I don't really know what fundamentals is to you. Like, it's just like some people fundamentals is dribbling the ball, some layup. Some fundamentals no ball. So right, I don't know what the fundamentals are to you, but I'm just saying, in order to buy this stock outside of the chart, it's just like, oh yeah, bro, I know what they doing. They got this coming and they bought this company and right. So that's what I was saying. Leave this things to these type of plays to Warren Buffett and like people that's not no sense to actually say that, because if there is a opening in the play, we don't care if Warren like it, we don't care necessarily who likely. We're gonna try to take advantage of it because there is a opening in the play and we kind of see where we can make some money. So that's not where I'm at, but I am definitely saying that this is not a lucrative play.
Now let's
A lucrative play just in the simple sense that there's a lot of pullbacks on the charts and now your odds go down. And when your odds are like 50-50, you will go in there a lot more tentative, right? So you're not going to be as risky. And that's what I was saying. So a lot of times, like, even if you go to like a clearance store and you find some shoes for $20, It's a lot of shoes that you would buy that if they was $100 or $80, you wouldn't even think about buying them. But because they $20, you bought 2 of them. These same shoes that you wouldn't spend $40 for one of them, right? So you got to get the concept. So that's what's happening necessarily. But maybe you got a little data on it. Maybe you, like I said, when you're buying these type of stocks where there's nothing on the charts, you have to be convinced somewhere else necessarily. You're using some other market data to come to whatever conclusion you're coming to.
Let's take a look at the price of oil. On the rise this morning with crude prices trading just above 79 bucks a barrel. This is a slight rebound from earlier declines after new data showed weak demand for China's crude oil for the month of May. Here with the latest on oil prices and how much you'll be paying at the pump this week, we have Yahoo Finance's Inez Ferre. Inez, let's start on oil since we seem to have a stronger than expected start to the week.
Yeah, that's right, Ali. With oil right now going up about 1% for WTI and for Brent crude as well. You had that data coming out of China where industrial output was weak. Retail sales, though, did beat expectations. So the market here taking some mixed signals as far as what the China data is showing. But look, what analysts are expecting for oil, which has been on a downward trend in recent weeks, is that you're going
this should do the job a little better. I'm not exactly sure, but we're going to try it like this.
Summer. So you still will have a relatively tight market when it comes to the oil prices. In fact, analysts are saying that if oil gets into the mid-70s, let's say for Brent crude, for example, then you're going to have buyers like China stepping in to scoop up some mixed signals as
exactly. And the kind of not, and you don't necessarily have to do it, but these ones right here you'll find on, I don't know if none of you guys are necessarily trading futures and things like this, and I don't know if none of you guys stocks, your trading platforms necessarily have these different stocks on there, these different futures or commodities or whatever necessarily you would want to call these. So I'm not going to go on these too much, but I am going to set a stage for why this is important and a setup for this also.
Far as what the China data is showing. But look, what analysts are expecting for oil, which has been on a downward trend in recent weeks, is that you're going to have summer demand drawing down on stockpiles of oil this summer. So you still will have a relatively tight market when it comes to the oil prices. In fact, analysts are saying that if oil gets into the mid-70s, let's say for Brent crude, for example, then you're going to have buyers like China stepping in to scoop up some of that oil from the market. You're going to have the U.S. stepping in to refill its SPR, its Strategic Petroleum Reserve. If oil goes a little bit too high, then you're going to have OPEC Plus ready to step in. Remember that OPEC Plus has announced that it wants to start phasing out its voluntary cuts starting in October, something that had sort of jolted the oil markets when OPEC Plus had announced that, because the markets analysts had been expecting their cuts to extend throughout the rest of the year, voluntary cuts included. As far as gasoline prices are concerned, those have been cooling. So we are seeing gasoline prices at the pump at an average of $3.45 per gallon today. A month ago, that was $3.60. Part of the reason why you've seen some of the cooling is because you've had wholesale prices that have been sliding. Again, oil prices also trending down, which has helped drivers at the pump, Ali.
Vroom, vroom here. Let's talk about some autos. Inflation for used cars and trucks moderating. Down more than 9% from the year prior as revealed by the latest Consumer Price Index. But the price difference between used EVs compared to used combustion engine gas vehicles is stark.
Okay, so this is also another thing. Like they bring in China in there. Like I said, it's just energy in the sense of it's crude oil, right? So it's not necessarily gasoline. Crude oil is used for energy and different things. So crude oil is necessarily is in its rawest form for the most part. Why is this important though as far as the EVs? Right? Because the we would expect the EV market to be doing amazing. The resale market is actually is in a limbo because most dealers can't resell any of these Johns. Right? And even secondhand EVs, it's a lot cheaper because of the battery situation. I've heard a lot of people, I know a lot of people with Teslas that explain that to me necessarily, like how hard it is to sell it because of the battery situation and just the new platforms that you have to get familiar with. They also complain about the wear on the tires because EV tires go faster than normal tires and they cost more. Right, so there's a couple different complaints I heard necessarily on the EV point. So it's not just the gas, the crude oil, or the Brent oil situation, but you can play things against each other. So you start hearing news like this. What you want to go to is the EV market, and you remember when we had a lot of these EV companies that wasn't really doing anything. You remember the one dudes that faked the whole shit? They faked the whole shit. He ain't think of y'all name no more. But nevertheless, that's just a lot of stuff that's going on in the EV market. So as far as within the EV, there's a lot of things that we can actually short and make some profit off of because there's actually no use case for it. So I'm just throwing that out there.
According to iSeeCars.com, used EV prices dropped below used gas cars by $265, down in February. Now, that number has widened to a whopping $2,657 in May. So here to dig into the data, we've got Carl Brower, who is the iSeeCars.com executive analyst. Carl, great to have you here. What do you think is driving this gap that we're seeing now?
We had a lot of new EVs sold in the past few years. As we know, they've really cranked up the production on these vehicles.
iSeeCars.com executive into a whopping $2,657 in May. So here to dig into the data, we've got Carl Brower, who is the iSeeCars.com executive analyst. Carl, great to have you here. What do you think is driving this gap that we're seeing now?
We had a lot of new EVs sold in the past few years. As we know, they've really cranked up the production on these vehicles, and a lot of incentives have pushed them out there. And I think the appetite for electric vehicles is much stronger for new car buyers, clearly. And the used buyers, they're always more value focused, they're always more price sensitive, and they are not willing to pay a premium. In fact, it now looks like they consider it somewhat of a demerit to have an electric powertrain, and you have to charge less for the equivalent EV than gas car before you're going to get them to buy.
I mean, it's interesting, especially considering the number of credits that were being thrown out there for new and used EV purchases. How does that factor into the consumer mindset going to the signing table or going to make a purchase?
I think when you see a lot of incentives, which, the Inflation Reduction Act kind of, I think, did a good job of making them make more sense and getting more middle-class people in there. We sold a lot of expensive cars to a lot of wealthy people originally with these programs. That got a lot more people to consider a new EV. And I think, again, that helped get them into the hands of people who are buying new. But with all the new automakers jumping in, the non-Teslas, all these traditional automakers jumping in, we're starting to flood the new car market, and that's going to start flooding the used car market, and they're just not appealing to used car buyers at the same level.
Well, also the inventory that's flooding into the used car market is from some of the rental services out there as well that had made large purchase orders for electric vehicles and then decided, okay, we need to actually slash the kind of amount or the proportion or percentage rather of those vehicles that we have in our fleet. And so that just puts even more inventory back into the used market there. So how has that also kind of been a weight on the matter of consumers who are looking at used vehicles and trying to make that decision between a standard combustion engine and an electric vehicle?
It's 100%, Brad. And not only are you throwing more vehicles into the supply of used EVs when you have Hertz and other rental car companies, pulling back dramatically on their numbers, but I think there's a psychological element here too, right? If you're a consumer and you're seeing headlines that says Hertz is largely ditching to a large extent a lot of their EV fleet, what's that make you think? What's going on? Why would Hertz want to get away from EVs like this? And I think that only compounds, again, consumer apprehension especially price-sensitive used shoppers for jumping into the EV market.
From what we've seen in the past, if there is a vehicle that we see, make its way into, or a type of vehicle that we see make its way into the used car atmosphere or sphere just in droves, like we're seeing in this case and like we've been discussing, what type of consumer sentiment impact does that typically have? And is it long lasting? Is it something that a company can recover from?
I think we're going to be on kind of an extended period of rebalancing supply and demand. I think we've hit a threshold. We did a study last year and it showed that at 7% market share in a given location, it's harder to get the EV market share to grow, the new car EV market share. And now we've hit 7% nationally, and we're starting to see these cars stack up at dealer lots. So we need a catalyst that changes what basically you're saying, the opinion of these EVs, whether it's price, whether it's range, whether it's charge time.
Right, and that's why when you look at China, that's where China is like running like some circles around us, so big. It just, oh my gosh, what China is doing to us right now. Yo, when I say China is smacking us, bro, it's not even close. You just heard, bro. We can't get over 7% in any given market, and now we've reached 7% nationally, and we're seeing it happen nationally. So it's not like there's a special market where the 7% really don't. Nah. Even nationally, when we go 7%, niggas start looking around like, yeah, everybody that wanted one got one, type vibe. And then there's other people that want them, but now they the same thing as a gas car. I'm buying this because I'm trying to save, not trying to spend more on a car, dum-dum. That's what I'm saying. Like, the EV market in America hasn't even understood the market yet necessarily. And that's why we believe in Tesla from a different angle, because we think that they're playing a game from a different standpoint. They're playing it more techie. They're playing it more software based. That's what I'm looking at. They got hardware. They got software. This is how we're looking at it. So it's not necessarily the car. Right? It's not necessarily the car. But just even right, for all those years to be able to go to China and be able to work in that market and compete in that market and dominate that market, and then now to see that market start to, okay, bomb, we got some stuff, that competition is so healthy in the sense that it makes it actually competitive and it makes it better for the consumers. Where in our market, it's just like right now, where now we're trying to say, yo, boom, we need to have more houses back on the market because it's not really competitive. It's not a lot of houses. You don't have a lot of choices. This what you paying, this what you paying. Right? But now once you start getting more houses on the market, yo, how much that one is? That one 15? How much that one is? Okay, boom, let me get that one then. That one right there way cheaper. No, but we got upgrades though. Oh yeah, but we don't really need the upgrades. We just need the space and the da-da-da. Right? And then now there's people saying they got upgrades. They all got upgrades. So now you can't just be charging me a fucking arm and a leg because you got upgrades. Right? And that's what the EV market in America is actually going through right now with this. You can't get above 7% growth. Even if they get above 7%, they definitely can't get above 10%. Not at the moment because there's no catalyst. Meaning there is so much negative about EVs. Plus the price ain't good. Right? There's a lot of people right now getting the e-bikes. Why is that market better than the EV market? Well, two things. Say you don't have, right? Say you don't have your L's. Think about how beneficial it is to now just jump on an e-bike, not that much slower than a car, and be able to perform.
2024, Ford Motors cut back production on their F-150 Lightning, the electric version of their popular pickup truck. Sales on the Lightning had tanked, in part because it costs more than its gas-powered counterpart. This isn't just a problem for Ford. The average price of a new EV in the US is about $55,000, making electric cars a hard sell for most US consumers at a time when EV adoption is critical for our climate goals. Roughly 40% of the cost to produce an electric vehicle is in the battery. So in 2023, it was reported that Ford was looking at sites in Virginia or Michigan for a new battery plant that could help lower its costs. But there's a catch. The battery technology it would use is from a company based here in Fujian Province, China. That company is CATL, the largest battery maker in the world. Virginia's governor decided to kill the battery plant proposal in his state because of its links to China.
They are influenced, if not controlled, by the Chinese Communist Party.
Putting Ford's CEO on the defense.
Look, this plant is a wholly owned subsidiary of Ford.
And leaving them to look elsewhere for a site. This battery plant got caught up in a broader trade war between US and China, a reaction to the extraordinary rise of China's electric vehicle market. They make up over half of all EV sales globally, and in just a few short years have brought slick and affordable electric cars to the market. Key to this rise is the electric vehicle battery. This part of the EV is where China has really come to dominate the global market. So how did Chinese companies create the world's leading EV battery? And can US automakers make an affordable electric car without it? The first major reason for why China's companies were able to develop their EV battery is due to a huge amount of government support. Roughly 20 years ago, China was on track to become the world's largest importer of oil, so electrifying its car fleet would help it become more energy independent. Not to mention a growing air pollution problem in China's cities, in part due to car emissions.
What the EVs had going for them was that the head of the Ministry of Science and Technology was a big believer in this, and his sense was that Chinese companies were just never going to be able to compete on internal combustion engine technology. That's how you get this package of policies that really supported what Chinese government defined as new energy vehicles.
Companies making the cars can get a subsidy whenever they sell a car. We're also talking about they're getting cheap land leases from the government, they're getting cheap loans from the state-owned banks.
According to one estimate, from 2009 to 2022, the Chinese government gave out $29 billion.
Right, so remember one of the first thing we mentioned was a catalyst. These are all catalysts that you're hearing that's going on in China, right? These are things encouraging things and looking at another thing and being like, bro, that what you doing? Okay, do it. Whatever. I ain't gonna stop you, bro, but I ain't getting you nothing for it. And I'm actually taxing you. So they're trying to do that with the EV, which is backwards in America. Because I guess that'd be a catalyst. Like you definitely use that as a catalyst, but I just don't. I think the way China did it, like everything was purposeful, meaning that there's already a market and we are behind in that market. We cannot catch up in that market. Let's just start competing on this level. So now for us as the U.S. to be leading in this market, gas cars or whatever necessarily, American muscle and all these different things that we want to stand on. Now to switch that to something else, we will be trailing behind. And that's what you got to wonder is a lot of people okay with, such as the government. That's the main thing, right? Is the government okay with this? So even when they said that, what was interesting was the Minister of Finance, what he was. Let me go back. Let me run him back. See what he played. What was his role? What little bro role? Minister of what?
The head of the Ministry of Science and Technology was a...
The Minister of Science and Technology, nigga. He was already on the science aspect of it. Like, yo, this is the next shit.
Big believer in this, and his sense was that Chinese companies were just never going to be able to compete on internal combustion engine technology. That's how you get this package of policies that really supported what Chinese government defined as new energy vehicles.
Companies making the cars can get a subsidy whenever they sell a car. We're also talking about they're getting cheap like land leases from the government. They're getting cheap loans from the state-owned banks.
According to one estimate, from 2009 to 2022, the Chinese government gave out $29 billion in the form of subsidies, research spending, and tax breaks to the EV industry. And starting around 2009, local governments also gave Chinese companies an instant market by contracting them to electrify their bus and taxi fleets. The city of Shenzhen's fleet of 16,000 buses was electrified by BYD before it became the world's largest EV company. To get consumers on board, governments offer them generous subsidies too, along with other benefits.
Like discounts on charging, favorable parking, traffic congestion related policies that EVs get a break on. EVs actually have a different colored license plate even, so it's very visible, and so people see, oh, that's an EV. They get all the special treatment.
But the battery wasn't very good in the early days.
And so the Chinese government goes in and starts introducing stricter standards on batteries, so saying, well, you only qualify for this credit if your battery density reaches this level.
Consumer EV sales in China exploded. And when it did, the government did something important to protect their own battery industry. When foreign car companies like GM and Tesla wanted to sell their EVs in China, the government made a rule that their cars must use Chinese-made batteries to qualify for consumer subsidies. China's central government phased out consumer subsidies in 2022, but the demand had been created. In 2024, over half of new car sales in China were electric.
This is like a milestone because half is a big thing. It means that the majority of the people are actually preferring EVs over gas car style.
The second way Chinese battery companies became so dominant is through the supply chain for the battery components. The type of battery that typically goes into electric vehicles is called a lithium-ion battery. The four main components of the battery cell are the cathode, the anode, the electrolyte solution, and a separator. The cathode is usually packed with nickel, cobalt, and manganese. The anode uses graphite, and the electrolyte is made up of mostly lithium salts. Over the past several years, Chinese companies started acquiring ownership stakes in mines around the world where these minerals exist.
So they're sure that if we control the production, then we control the price.
The effect is that Chinese companies control significant percentages of the world's supply of the minerals needed for batteries. But where China really controls the supply chain are the steps after mining. No matter who mines the minerals, China refines a vast majority of them. This is the step where factories grind down raw mined materials and extract the desired mineral from it.
It's pretty polluting. That's why you don't see as much refining happening in developed countries.
Chinese plants then also manufacture the vast majority of the four components of the EV batteries: the cathode, the anode, the electrolyte, and the separator, and put them together to make the battery cell.
Because you already had pretty developed manufacturing for batteries aimed at electronics. So BYD is actually one of those examples. They started by producing batteries for electronics in the 90s, and then it got into producing EVs.
The US was never a battery manufacturing player, historically speaking, in lithium-ion. It was previously Japan and Korea. China has now superseded both.
China's control of the battery supply chain is so encompassing that after the Biden administration passed a rule saying no more than half of a battery's components or minerals could be Chinese sourced to qualify for tax credits, only an estimated 20% of EV models qualified. With their market dominance, Chinese companies have been able to lead the world in battery innovation. In the past 2 years, Chinese companies figured out how to avoid using the two most expensive battery minerals, nickel and cobalt. They did this by innovating on battery technology called lithium iron phosphate, or LFP. In 2023, CATL announced an LFP battery that could power a car for 370 miles on just a 10-minute charge. And BYD has developed their own version of an LFP battery too.
It's called blade battery. It's like a very thin, very long blade. But basically they're saying that by using that shape, it can bring more batteries into the same space. So in that way, like the same size of a car can travel farther.
Today, LFP batteries are a growing share of all EV batteries, and nearly all of them are manufactured in China. But not for long. CATL has built battery plants in Germany and has plans to build one in Hungary for the European auto market. And Ford ended up finding a home for its CATL battery plant in the town of Marshall, Michigan. The project has triggered a U.S. House investigation, but if it goes through, it will be the first LFP plant in the U.S. All of these factors have made Chinese EV batteries virtually impossible to avoid in the global transition to electric vehicles.
Was there not a viable alternative?
No, there wasn't. LFP technology is is very well developed. The battery business is a global business. And there were no alternatives.
There are some concerns about whether China's government support of the EV industry amounts to unfair global competition, as well as human rights and environmental concerns associated with China's battery supply chain. The U.S. is investing their own government support to build up its battery industry. Bloomberg estimated it would cost $82 billion for the U.S. to meet their own domestic demand by 2030. So it might be possible in the future, but that's no help right now when we desperately need to transition to electric vehicles to wean ourselves from fossil fuels. And U.S. automakers are struggling to give consumers affordable options. So for now, we'll have to decide whether our desire to keep our distance from China outweighs our goals of going electric.
So those are all the different catalysts that's why China is doing their thing, such as, in the EV space. That's why I was saying necessarily this is not the best market to be competing. Alright, so what's the next one that we got on the docket? We haven't heard talk about that. Like I said,
as we look ahead to what comes,
not necessarily in the space of competing.
To keep an eye on tomorrow, just a reminder.
Okay, well, it's the 19th, man. Let's do some Juneteenth coverage really fast. Matter of fact, I want to end it off with the Juneteenth coverage. I'm going to end it off with the Juneteenth coverage.
Called a Coke.
So, Professor, one of the things that I think you've contributed in your study actually is to...
It is with pleasure that I accept.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to play these towards the end. I'm going to run this one right here.
How much money treasuries, United States Treasury, UK Treasury, elsewhere, are giving up because of this special income tax treatment for carried interest. How big a number is it?
So it's the carried interest I calculated. I leave the tax question to tax specialists, but the amount of carry that has been earned, paid, and due is $1 trillion at minimum. That's the one for which we know how to calculate it. The total magnitude could very well be twice as much because we don't have the data for every vehicle out there. But for these firms here that you have on your screen, we will know about all of their funds, and so we are quite sure that these numbers are pretty close to what they have earned historically in carry.
So I guess it must be Occam's razor when we ask the question, why doesn't anything get done about this? Is it just because these people that get carried interest benefits are extremely wealthy and have enough money to influence what congressmen and the senators do?
That's one view, but it's certainly by now, I think private equity is the largest lobby in the US Senate. But it's like that in every country in the world. So it looks like there is something that's quite clever about the legal structure that means that carry has been accepted as a capital gain in about every country in the world. But it's disputed. I think outside our private equity industry, nobody really understand or believe that it should be a capital gain. People in the private equity industry believe very hard it should be. Their lawyers have successfully argued that it should be. And so about every country in the world has taxed it this way. We have seen in succession in the US, Barack Obama saying he would change that. Then even Donald Trump said he would change that. And none of them have done it. Everybody has maintained carry tax as a capital gain.
So, Professor, I suspect if someone from Blackstone or another private equity firm were here, they'd say, wait a second, this is not an expense to the taxpayer. This is actually a capital investment, because by having this preferential treatment, you're actually encouraging investment in new ventures. What do you say to that? This is actually an investment in a growing economy.
Yeah, you can make this argument. One of the benefits of doing this calculation, which nobody had done before, is that you can actually look at how much of a carry is going to small venture capital firms. So the people who are defending carry preferential tax treatment often say this is to enable innovation. You have all these venture capital funds that are essential for the American economy to grow, and therefore we need to be very kind to the people running these funds and give them a special tax treatment. The thing is that what my numbers are showing is that 7% of this anti-carry pool is going to venture capital. And if you would further restrict it to small venture capital funds, it would be 3 or 4%. So most of the carry is going to the firms you have just shown, and a lot more like this, and they are not in the business of small companies, early stage venture capital investing. They are in the business of buying out Hilton hotels, to buy out T.A.C.O, to buy out large companies.
I'll drop back to an incredibly basic question and just ask, and I'm sure you've researched this, or your economic forefathers have researched it to death, but why tax capital gains any different than you tax regular income? I mean, does an investor really provide that much more of an impetus to grow the economy than a factory worker?
Yeah, so it's a very good question. It's hard to understand. Nobody who's being taxed on an income like me has difficulties to understand why, but everybody who's subject to capital gain taxes think it makes complete sense. So the idea of often we hear that is because it's capital at risk. You could have earned or you could have lost the money, and so because it's uncertain, it shouldn't be taxed the same way as something that is certain. That said, when you earn a bonus as a banker, it was uncertain. You were not sure to get it, and yet you pay income taxes on these bonuses. And so this argument of it's uncertain income and should be taxed differently doesn't seem to really fly. So it is indeed a very good question about why there are two different tax rates. Another answer for why it is that sometimes when people tax on capital gains, they don't adjust for inflation. And because on average there is inflation, it would be unfair to tax it like income. And so instead of doing an inflation adjustment, you just tax it at a lower rate. But then it means in times of low inflation, then it's a very weird way, and a very big tax credit you have given to people. And when there is high inflation, it's not even enough. So there are these arguments floating around, but they're a bit odd. They're not really squaring up.
So, Professor, apart from fairness questions, what does history teach us about the incentive to invest more? I mean, we've gone up and down and all around with capital gains rates in the United States. Is there a pattern that you can discern that when we cut the capital gains rate, that actually we get more capital invested?
The carry here is about what the fund manager is earning. So it's not really affecting the capital going in. So the capital going into private equity is coming from CalPERS, it's coming from family offices, coming from endowments and the like. The increase in taxes shouldn't really affect them. So unless you have in mind that because the fund manager is going to be taxed on carried interest, the carried interest will move from being 20% to being 35%. And then you can say, well, and then it's the pension funds that are going to pay for it, and so they're going to invest less in private equity. And if you believe that private equity is good for society, then you think it's a problem. You could reason this way, but it's important to know that the carried interest is really the tax. It's what the fund manager earns as pocket money for having performed well. It really is a bonus for performance. And so how this is taxed a priori shouldn't really massively affect flow of capital to venture capital or buyout.
You started out this conversation by telling us that carried interest is taxed essentially the same across all different regimes. Do you see any chance of that changing in this important election cycle that we're facing right now?
It's a very interesting historical thing to study. In Sweden a few years ago, it went all the way to Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court, and they had lost at every stage. So it was said, there's no way you keep this as a capital gain. And the Supreme Court said, no, it remains a capital gain. We have seen some countries increasing a bit the rate, acknowledging that it's not really a capital gain. So like in the UK, they say if it's a pure capital gain, it's 20% taxes. This one is not really a capital gain, so it's going to be 28%. You have the Netherlands at 33%. So you have some countries that went then middle of the road type of things, or that they make it conditional on how much money the fund manager is putting in their own fund or things of the sort. So I think that, and we see it in the UK this week, where they first announced we're just going to tax it like any other income. And then just today they announced that, well, you know, if people really put their money into their fund, then they will be excused, and then we will maintain it as like a lower as a lower tax rate. So I don't, history is teaching us that no one has really managed to move it. And again, like even Trump wanted to change it and then didn't. So, but the biggest donor of Trump is Steve Schwarzman, and that's one of the largest owner of carried interest. So.
Money talks.
I was just about to let y'all know that, all right? Everything the man's saying, he gonna come back to that same point. Who is the donor class of whatever law, whatever situation is being beneficial? It's never gonna be one system that's necessarily used all the time. They always got different systems that they choose to use. But also with having that money, they also choose to revamp systems, old systems that they heard about, that they was like, damn, that's just, you feel me? Any of these different things that come from these different plays. Like I said, that's why our whole thing is talk about currency only. How can we increase our capital and our currency so we can be able to change the flow of things, right? As you know, speaking in the sense of currency, how can we change the flow of the way things are being done? Have an impact, or whatever we dream as an impact is to have some sense of capital, right? So he was explaining as far as the bros with the capital, they loving the carried interest because it's benefiting them. Just like these bros right here. You remember how it benefited everybody to come out and say, yo, we boycotting Russia, we boycotting that, we boycotting this. Even though they may have or may not have knew it was a bad plan. Maybe more than likely they did. Because same thing like when you hear Trump speaking about, yo, tariffs on this and tariffs on that and tariffs on that. It's like, I guess you kind of benefit in America in a sense, I would only imagine, right? But if you raising tariffs on shit, that mean the niggas gonna raise how much they want you to pay them. It's like a double-edged sword, because we're gonna have to necessarily pay more for that same product that was just less because of the tariffs. Nah, I did that on purpose. I'm tripping. Go in.
The kind that we get here makes its way to Russian shells through third countries such as Kazakhstan or Georgia. And that's because after the war began and after the European response that made it more difficult to send Western products to Russia, Russia introduced a parallel imports law whereby companies and individuals could bring products into Russia without the trademark holder's consent. So loads of people are presumably making loads and loads of money by being the middleman, a middlewoman, and sending things like Coke and Pepsi into Russia. But on top of that, both Coke and Pepsi said, you know, we're pulling our international brands. But for Coke, it's the local bottler of Coke that stopped making official Coke in the country now makes domestic variants. So it's Dobry Cola is the main one, which is actually now the biggest soda on the market. And now you could argue that Coke doesn't have much control over that, but Coke does own a fifth of HBC, the local bottler. And as for Pepsi, they also have some local brands like Evernes. So they're doing not quite as well in terms of market share, but they're certainly still have a foothold. So, you know, if things change, they'd still have all of those relationships with, you know, a network of retailers, and they could just plug regular Pepsi straight back in whenever they wanted.
Yeah, I suppose, you know, for anyone who has, you know, a mind or an eye to history, this comes with greater weight, doesn't it? The whole idea of Coca-Cola or Levi's or McDonald's or any of those big brands, you know, they went into Russia after communism, and now this issue with sanctions. There's a kind of broader issue here, isn't there, about Western brands within Russia? Yeah,
I mean, those brands, for want of a better word, were iconic in the 90s. You know, people queued up to get their McDonald's and their Pepsi. And it was incredibly exciting to get access to those brands that represented Western prosperity and abundance.
Okay, so this is also an interesting setup, right? So you're selling, it was printing, and now the sell for the, the buy for the buy signal for the 15 is now there. So you can buy on the 15. The buy signal for the 30 is also there. But you're still technically in the hour. Yes, it turned up viciously. And you're not going to get another reading for a whole hour. So within that hour, it can do a lot of movement. So these two guys do take precedent, right, in that situation. And then you go to the 2 hour and then you say, okay, but this was the MACD reading though. Like, I'm not sure if he went higher. Let's see. Yeah, he did go higher. But but they both went higher, so now it's closing up. So that's an interesting one. And then the 4 hour is already hit. But this is what I'm telling you. See how it's slowly working itself through the cloud? And maybe when you get the 4 hour reading at in the next 2 hours, which is when you get this next 2 hour reading. So in between both of these times, these are the two precedent takers. So right now you're in limbo as far as would you buy, should you sell, but it's Wacky Wednesday coming up, right? Still technically in the weekly downtrend, but the weekly is bottomed out and curling up. So you can't necessarily use him as a downtrend anymore. But you can't use him as a buy signal either. So I imagine it going higher. But I just feel like it has to be a pullback somewhere right on. When did they? Yeah, this time we didn't have no. That's interesting. So they hit the hour, which to mean they reused it. So now the buy is not even that bad. But the 30-minute is what they never hit down. But the 30 is above the cloud. The hour is above the cloud. This is technically above the cloud also. The daily is in the cloud. Weekly is above the cloud. Monthly is above the cloud. Yeah, like I said, the buy don't look terrible to me. Let me see where would they make you? Where would they make us buy at? 29.87. Damn, that's high, but the buy don't look terrible to us. Let's wait for let's wait for a 10. Let's wait for a 10-minute reading. Look, the 1 minute already bottomed out and going back up. Yeah, this is an uptrend for Wacky Wednesday. I want to close this bad boy out. You know what? Drop both of these stop losses to 42. And then this one, this is 3 and this is 7. I'm gonna close this one out on the pull line. This is 4, so I need to get a 4-cent sell, which could be this one technically. Okay, we're about to see what type of setup they try to do, but right now this is a buy setup, but We're gonna try to see if we can wait it out and get another reading for somebody, because the 1 hour makes sense for the 4 hour, but it just doesn't make sense for the, and like with the 4 hour too, because I've been looking at it from, I guess, this bottom that it went to. I've been imagining the MACD being topped out, but the MACD it's not terrible. Daily, not the MACD. See, what's interesting about this daily setup though, like what they gonna do, hit and stay right there? Because if they push, they gonna basically be at 100. They're at 50 right now. They was just turned down. Not because they're at 29, they're at 50. So like, how far can they push? And I guess you say eventually MACD gets involved, but yeah, it ain't terrible, because then that'll mean that this weekly isn't at 33, so you couldn't buy on him. You getting a monthly reading soon, a quarterly reading soon. Maybe those guys are something they want to do. Yeah, it's spot right here, interesting now for sure. Let's see.
And I
Dang,
guess
was y'all
the
able
idea,
to see the
argument
charts?
was in some bizarre form,
Man,
and I don't think it ever really stood
can't
up,
even
was
show y'all
somehow
the
that if you
reflected
take those
charts. You pause this, John, bro. But yeah, this is what I'm showing y'all as far as the setup. This is the 15-minute. It's above that 33 level that I tell y'all I like. And in combination, I like this close up. So that's double for me. So I'm looking at that buy for sure. And then, like I said, these guys, these are a little bit topped out. But they got a lot of legs on RSIs though. But the thing about MACD's being topped out, why this is what's buying like on these bad plays is good. I mean, it's bad. Is because with these top down MACDs, you got a lot of pressure, bro. That once they pull back, they able to drop very, very fast. And you like, damn, they got me. So that's the only part that I'm actually scared about. But let's see, because every time they get to the time, you see it now, they pushing. This is the 10-minute time frame. His reading is coming up, and to keep the reading positive, they have to push. The 5-minute, what did he do? He didn't give us nothing positive, so we can't use him. Man. Yeah, we about to go 7-11 on these boys though. If they try to do some nonsense like, okay, this is the 5-minute. Yeah, we plan on. We going 7-11 on them. we gonna go 7-11 on them though if they do try to play that game. Like I said, because we got that busy
products away from Russians, they'd be less likely to support the war. Which, as I say, it was never a particularly strong argument, but still these companies wanted to take the moral high ground by saying we're pulling out, and in some ways it hasn't worked, and in some ways they haven't done it totally genuinely.
Data, in your research and investigating this story, I mean, does the results essentially tell us that sanctions aren't working?
I mean, in the sense that the sanctions aren't designed to specifically target Western consumer brands in Russia. That wasn't the idea of them, and I think there is a sense that there's a reluctance.
I got you, young lad. Nah, sanctions ain't working. I'm not sure what sense you would say that it's working in, but it ain't working in financial, it ain't working in partnership, it ain't working in wars, it ain't working in no sense. No sense is it working where it's like, oh yeah, bro, you ain't noticed how we been no wars ever since we put them sanctions on them boys. Them boys ain't been disturbing nobody. They ain't got no weapons, no nothing. They can't beat nobody in wars right now. Sanctions messing them up. Man, you see how poor them people is, bro. Them people, they ain't eating food over there. They don't got no heat. Like, I'm not hearing this narrative, so I'm a little bit confused about what sanctions doing. Oh yeah, I try to put me back down to 1 cent. Let me make sure I put this back up to that 7-11. Yeah, dog, boy. Y'all
radio,
about to go through
television,
it. Y'all
and
try to
YouTube
play that crazy
audiences.
game.
Alongside now with me, I have Citigroup's Chief Financial Officer, Mark Mason. It is the Bank Services Investor Day, and your
Yes.
CEO, Jane Fraser, made some news earlier saying
Yes.
that we are no longer the financial supermarket of the past.
Correct.
So, Mark, what is Citigroup in the future?
Well, first of all, thank you for being here today. Today was a very exciting day for us. We had an opportunity to update over 120 investors on the progress that we've made since our Investor Day, but importantly, to do a deep dive on our services businesses. And to your question, we want to be the preeminent bank for institutions with global needs, as well as a leader in global wealth and a winner in the U.S. market for our personal banking business. That's what we are today, all right? And a lot of what we talked about today, again, was really highlighting the crown jewel of our firm, the gateway to the rest of our offering for large institutional clients, but also for middle market clients, as well as for investors and asset managers in both that Treasury and Trade Solutions business and our security services business.
It's interesting because, to your point, even though security services has been a crown jewel, accounting for roughly half the profit recently of Citigroup's own entire businesses, it's been hard to explain to investors exactly what it is, what it does. Do you think Citigroup stock would be trading higher if people understood the business prospects for it?
I think the services businesses, which are comprised of that Treasury and Trade Solutions and the security services business, contribute a significant amount of value to this franchise. And I hope that after today, investors will realize exactly how much value that is and how much upside there is to that franchise, and we start to see it in the stock price.
Today, you are seeing it in the stock price. If you think about some of the things that have been holding Citigroup behind, Mike Mayo of Wells Fargo, big proponent of Citigroup stock, but even he has been kind of critical here of the wealth business, calling the returns pitifully low. The question is, do you have a timeline for when investors can expect returns in that business, and how soon and how robust those returns can be?
You know, one of the things we talked about today is timeline. We talked about the medium term, 2026. We talked about top line growth of 4 to 5%. And we talked about the services businesses being a significant contributor to that, both in the top line, and our services business is a 20% return on tangible common equity. In the wealth space, we brought in new management there, and we're keenly focused on how we grow the top line and how we improve margins and how we improve returns there. That's going to involve everything from right-sizing the cost structure to increasing the banker productivity to driving new net investment assets across that business. And we do believe that inside of this window between now and 2026, you'll start to see that value play through our financials.
Now, it's interesting. You mentioned new talent over at the wealth business, also at the investment banking businesses. When you look across Citigroup's businesses today, are you seeing yourselves bring in more and more external talent, really scouring Wall Street here to pick out the best out of your rivals?
Look, the good news is that Citi has been a talent magnet. And when you look across Jane's leadership team, we brought in Andy Sig, we brought in Biz Raghavan, we recently hired Tim Ryan. So we brought in some of the best talent on the street to bring both operating chops, but also a different perspective to the institution that we have and to the execution of our strategy. These are real operators who understand these parts of the franchise and are going to bring that expertise to bear and help drive that value.
You know, a lot of your recent communication to investors kind of showed that a lot of this cost cutting has been executed on already. Does it give you wiggle room now to lean in and spend in a few places, to hire a little more in certain areas?
You know, look, this is a multi-year journey, as you know. We're going through a significant transformation, an overhaul of our infrastructure. We're addressing the consent order remediations while we're doing that. It's not going to happen overnight. We still have considerable amount of investment to make. We have been talking about bending that expense curve. I have given expense guidance that reflects some of the savings we expect to get from the investments that we've been making. And speaking of investments, to your point, in order to grow these parts of the franchise, they will require continued investment. And as we realize savings, some of that will be available for us to fund those investments to drive that improved performance.
Speaking of new hires and speaking of performance, you said today as well that the investment banking division in this quarter, you can see investment banking rising by 50%. Of course, it's just been a matter of weeks since a new hire from JP Morgan started to lead the investment banking business. What is his mandate across the investment bank?
Well, Viz is brand new, but again, you're talking about an experienced, seasoned banker that's joined our franchise. And so, as you would imagine, he's coming in and he's getting up to speed. He has a great appreciation for the unique characteristics that Citi brings to banking, the globality of the franchise, the breadth of the clients that we serve. But he's going to have to spend some time really understanding where some of our weak points are, where some of our advantages exist. He's going to quickly see that we have invested in areas like health and in tech, and that those parts of the franchise are well positioned to capture the upside as the wallet rebounds. But I think Viz is going to be keenly focused on how do we get greater productivity, how do we gain more share, and how do we serve our clients optimally. The last point that I'll make, because this is unique to, I think, Citi, is how do we bring the breadth of the franchise to bear for these clients? So that's not just M&A and ECM and DCM and the IPO activity, but how do we bring the corporate activity as well? How do we bring the TTS offering to bear for these clients? How do we access the middle market clients? I think Viz is going to bring some perspective on broader client coverage, and that's how you unleash the value and the differentiating characteristics of Citi.
Now, one big question that remains in the investment banking universe, Citigroup, massive debt underwriter, of course. How do you think about the competition you're seeing in the private credit landscape? Are they friends, partners, or enemies?
Yes, the answer is yes, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's a growing space. It's a space that's hard to avoid. It's one that we're obviously looking at what's the best way for us to play in. I think part of that is going to be partnering with those that have the prospect for being broader clients with us, and part of it will be competing in some aspects as well. But we're going to be smart about it, we're going to be deliberate about it, and we're going to ensure that whatever we're doing is consistent with the broader strategy that we've set.
I also want to be cognizant that Citigroup still has its own deal making on the table here. There's a lot of questions about when you see that exit fully happen in Mexico, for example. Yeah. Of course, new leadership, the globe is watching in Mexico as well. Does it change your calculus on how you see an exit happening via sale or IPO?
Look, the new leadership is an historic event, and so we congratulate Claudio on actually being elected to president. We think that's significant. It doesn't change our strategy. It doesn't change our focus on the importance of the IPO. It doesn't change our focus on the importance of the separation, which happens before the IPO, which we're keenly focused on right now. We obviously, at the end of the day, want to do what's in the best interest of the shareholders. And we believe that getting the Mexico consumer franchise in the hands of another player is in the best interest of our shareholders, and we're focused on that.
Beyond the Mexican consumer, the U.S. consumer, of course, is the giant whale in the room. When people are thinking about the U.S. economy, investors are baking in where to put their chips next. How do you think about that from the perspective of Citigroup, given you're alluding earlier today to this higher for longer rate environment and what that means for charge-offs?
Look, I think that, we're all watching kind of the impact of inflation and interest rates and what that means for consumers. And we have seen the credit environment normalize for consumers, particularly on the low end of the FICO score, this K-shaped type of normalization that's taking place. What you have to keep in mind from a Citi perspective is we tend to play on the higher end of that credit spectrum. So 85% of our card base is with consumers with FICO scores of 660 or higher. Doesn't mean we don't watch it closely, but it does mean that we ensure we've got appropriate levels of reserves in place. And that we're sticking true to, if you will, our credit profile and risk appetite. So we feel very well positioned. There will be continued normalization. There will be continued increases in NCLs, but generally in line with the expectations, given where we've come from, so to speak.
Do you have to change anything about the way you underwrite in the future, given the changing expectations around inflation and interest rates at this point in time?
We're constantly looking at that. I think we've got a very robust risk appetite. We constantly look at that based on the environment that we're in. We obviously run all types of stress tests and scenarios. We do that not only for the existing book, but we do that for how we profile the new book and the clients that we want to onboard and acquire. And again, we feel very, very good about that. We feel good about our understanding of those demographics, the savings profiles of our clients, their spending habits. And so we feel good about kind of where we're going with
What about industry-wide? Even though you have kind of clamped down on risk in Citi's own portfolio, you mentioned that you've kind of gone upstream in terms of the people you do lend to in terms of their FICO scores. What does it mean for those that are more exposed to the lower income consumer today, especially because corporation after corporation is starting to mention those stresses in their earnings reports and otherwise?
Yeah, look, I think there's still a fair amount of uncertainty as to how this macro environment evolves, right? So whether that be interest rates or how inflation kind of stabilizes, and does that stabilize kind of fast enough for us to see cuts in the near term, are all unknowns, but they're also factors that influence the pressure that consumers are likely to see. And so there's a fair amount of uncertainty there that people have to manage too. And again, we're thoughtful about it. I think we're managing to it very carefully.
Before I let you go as well, Mark, there was a report today in the journal, Citigroup is specific here, about concerns around your living will planning at Citigroup. How do you address those concerns?
Yeah, you know, look, I saw the report. I obviously can't comment on what our regulators haven't really said yet, or rumors that are out there. What I can say is that, as I mentioned earlier, we've been making significant investments across the franchise, across regulatory reporting, across data, and across resolution and recovery planning. We're constantly looking at these processes. We're looking at ways to enhance them. We're looking at ways to improve our forecasting capability to ensure that our playbooks are robust in case of a situation like that. Importantly, we feel very good about our capital, our liquidity. We've got a very strong balance sheet. But these are areas we've been investing in because we know they're areas that, frankly, the industry likely needs to further enhance. And we certainly want to enhance them for ourselves.
We're not far off also from expected new proposals around the Basel III endgame.
Yes.
Given there's been so much change in what's expected out of those final rules, what do you think will be the most different? And are there certain businesses that Citigroup may have to tone down on given the new rules that may not be as profitable?
Yeah, look, the proposal is evolving, as we know. We have no idea kind of how it evolves further and where we end up. I think that, you know, I'm hopeful that we see some changes in how the proposal addresses operational risk. There were certainly some heavy weightings as it relates to equity exposures. There were certainly heavy weightings as it relates to credit. And hopefully those things continue to evolve in a way that is more thoughtful and more favorable to the industry, supporting the stability of the broader markets.
Do you think they will be more lax in those fronts by the end of it?
I hope so.
Yo, shout out to OG from Citigroup. I gotta look into Citigroup right now. Like I said, I was looking into them in the back, but let me see what I could pull up on the Citigroupers. Let's see what we can pull up on the Citigroupers. Let me go to this chart right here really fast.
We want to welcome it.
Bro. Yeah, tripping. Let me see what Citigroup doing. I'm not sure if Citigroup got anything bubbling. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Just trying to check them out. So let's see. Let's see. Okay. Y'all at $60 right now, Citigroup. How your chart look? What's Citigroup? Okay, so these some C boys. You boy got a C grade. C. Y'all boys got a C. Let's see, I got a 5-minute downtrend. I ain't relevant.
Yesterday was a big day for you, OG. Yesterday was a big day for you, bro. It ain't really that big in the long term, but you know, a little move. You got the 4-hour MACD to work with. That ain't terrible. You just hit that daily. That daily was broken though, so I don't see all time. I mean, a higher high. Ew. City, y'all ain't as. My bad, bro. I was saying that y'all ain't as bad as I think y'all is. Like the best y'all can hope for is a random yearly where you just hit it and the MACD gets involved, but I don't see that happening. I don't see it happening. I don't see you necessarily needing to pull back on the yearly though, but Citigroup. OG, man, I hope you got some plans. Because like I said, you're not terrible. You can run some stuff up right here. You can run some stuff up right there. You can pull back on the monthly. And that's what I'm saying. You can pull back on the monthly and on the quarterly to be able to use the yearly MACD. Because the benefit in my mind is just to hit this, hit the yearly. Hold on, can we see it? All right, we can see it. The benefit in my mind is to hit that yearly and be able to run. So I think that there's some benefits in that setup. I don't know if people got no beef with Citigroup, but Citigroup got a solid setup if you're looking at what I'm showing you necessarily as far as nothing. Nah, I really don't like Citigroup setup, bro. I'm glad they got Black Bro over there as the CFO. I love seeing Black brothers as CFOs because I know how brilliant they is with finances and stuff like that, but they ain't got nothing to do with, bro. His stock look stocked out, but I told you there's a benefit. There's something in there that we see, and what is it that we see that we're all compelled by? This MACD on the daily. It's bottomed. It can do something. It could be used, right? That's why I'm not actually sold on this XAU uptrend bullshit. Cause their MACD on the 4-hour, even though I told you, yeah, it's doable. It has some passive way, but it's a nonsensical setup. It's a nonsensical setup to me, but hey, who am I to tell y'all not to get into nonsensical setups? But yeah, this genre right here, you could buy on the weekly. Not right now, but when it gets to the number that I told y'all about. I'm not saying the number that I told y'all about no more. You could buy on the daily. But if you buy on the daily, you got to sell after that boy top out. Yeah, that brother like XAU. XAU's looking like he's about to do the same nonsensical setup right now, bro. It's going to do that same nonsensical setup. Like, it's almost dragging itself into a daily fake uptrend. You see this? Just fakeness. And look, it's above. It's going to be above 52 for sure. I just don't see no hope in this setup. But we're going to get out of this sell. We'll get out of this sell that we got at 28. You know why? Because we going to get a sell at... Let's figure that number out that they just try to set us up on. 32. We might even get one at 40 something, y'all. I ain't even lying. We might even get something at 40 something because they setting themselves up right now for a bad day. So yeah, we need to stay calm and vigilant. Very vigilant. I want to make sure I get everything out the way though before I close this situation out. Okay, this bro right here, bro, he the president of South Africa. I don't know how y'all feel about that, man.
It will once again be a privilege and a pleasure to serve this great nation
Make sure y'all
in the position of president.
This OG right here.
I accept this as a big responsibility.
He accepting it.
And I wish to thank all
He
leaders
was re-elected.
for your congratulatory messages delivered here at this podium.
Let me see something.
Your messages are a clear clarion call for working together. Your messages constitute what I see as a well of encouragement, of good advice, and of wisdom. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the members of this august House who have voted for me, who through their vote have invested and placed their trust in me. I intend to work with all members and indeed to work together with even those who did not vote for me or who did not find their way clear.
Speak your speak, bro.
To vote for me.
Speak your speak, bro.
And this is their democratic right. We are all South Africans, and I will serve all and work with even those who did not support me tonight.
Shout out to that brother. He's a very dignitive brother. He's a very dignitary type of brother. Shout him out. What we had on this pullback? 10 minute. Do we got? We could sell on the 10 minute. We like all we trying to do is just we just trying to figure out how much setups is in the chart. Let's go to the 30 minute. You can sell on the 10 minute. You can sell on the 10 minute, but let's see how much setups is in the chart because that's how you gonna feel. You gonna figure out how wild the situation gonna be. Cause there's a lot of nonsense going on. First of all, they just went to what was they loaded? We just went to like 27 or 20 something. Like we just went nowhere, bro. We just bounced around and bounced around. It's a bounce around game. So yeah, we're gonna take our profits. We're gonna take our profits and we're gonna run to the bay. We'll run to the bay. I'll get all my money and move to Atlanta. Move to Atlanta. I'm not moving to Atlanta. I just threw that shit up. Hold on, y'all. U.S. is losing in the EV battle.
Got to talk about Apple as well and some other technology. Apple is scrapping its buy now, pay later service here. The loan program dubbed Apple Pay Later launched just last year. And to break down what's next, Yahoo Finance's very own Madison Mills is here with us. Hey, Maddie.
Hey, Brad. So I personally had not used this service, but a lot of people had. That's because Apple's buy now, pay later option allowed users, it was launched in October 2023, to have their payments be in 4 installments over the course of 6 weeks, up to $1,000. So that's a great option, particularly for those who don't necessarily have a credit card or credit on hand to be able to receive access to a broader form of credit. Now, Apple will be rolling back this program, and instead they're going to be moving forward with their partnership with the likes of Affirm and also Citi. It's kind of no surprise that we're seeing them roll this back, given that they're partnering with Affirm, which is one of the big competitors that Apple Pay Later was dealing with when it came to their initial announcement of buy now, pay later. Now, what does this mean for consumers in the broader buy now, pay later story, right? Well, I took a look at some data from Bank of America about buy now, pay later, and it shows us that it is starting to slow year over year. But the households that are using it the most, guess which age group is using buy now, pay later the most? Millennials, not Gen Zers. I was shocked. This is just Bank of America's data, so don't, get too mad at me if this is just one potential opinion here, but I was really shocked to hear that. Nearly half of households, though, that use the payment method in March of 2024 are earning less than $50,000 a year. Those houses that do have heavy
Bank of America, they sizing you,
appear to have higher levels of credit and debit card spending relative to the overall payment cycle compared to pre-COVID levels. So interesting to see this kind of uptick in buy now, pay later users. Maybe a company like Apple saying taking on the capital risk of that is just not a value proposition that makes sense for them. Instead, we're going to let Affirm, we're going to let Klarna, all these other players in the space take on that capital risk.
Just look at the movement that we're seeing. See the movement, how fast it is? This is what I was just trying to explain to y'all. We're going to try to see how many manipulation attempts is going to go on We could figure it out just from the smaller market. Like I said, when you wake up, you're gonna definitely see people do stupid stuff. So keep your eyes peeled.
As well. We're looking at how to navigate the big picture with the Yahoo Finance Playbook and Doug Clinton, managing partner.
Yo, let's see if anything this brother says is worthwhile. And this is possibly going to be one of our last videos because we need to lock in on these charts. It's about to be 3. And I can tell you the next main reading is that 4 o'clock reading because we want to figure out what the 2 hour and 4 hours saying. Maybe the 4 hours say, yo, I'm still going up. It'll give us that MACD reading. Or to say, okay, I'm confirmed to be going down. It'll give us a 2 hour, 4 hour reading. So that's an important time frame. So 3 o'clock is not very important to us. We good.
Deepwater Asset Management is joining us now to discuss. Doug, it's good to see you. We continue to see these sort of mega cap tech giants continuing to climb here. I know that you watch them closely, but you also watch a lot of the sort of ones that maybe we don't talk about every day. So just big picture here, are you feeling like things are getting overstretched, or do you feel like there is a lot more upside?
We do still feel that there's more upside. And the bottom line for us, Julie, is we still think we're in the relatively early innings.
Doug, Mr. Doug, shout you out, brother. I hope you can swim because you're in some deep waters right now. What you about to go in on? You about to go in on AI and tech? And you about to say we still got some run room? Okay, let's see what you saying. No, we're just going to listen to you with both of our ears. Unbiased. We're gonna listen to the brother. Oh, let make sure put the brother on the screen. Look at the screen right here. So this is what I'm watching. This Russian running down Russian. It's just like this is like America right now with Russia. You rushing in and you rushing out. Rushing in, rushing out. Y'all tripping, bro. Y'all took none of the products out of Russia, bro. Y'all took nothing out, bro. Y'all just y'all a businessman. You know how I know y'all don't take any things out? Cause just recently, J&J, they had just come, they had to pay up their little money, whatever the money, lawsuits, whatever. You know, they had to pay some money up, but they still not necessarily saying they did anything wrong, really. So much so that the lawsuit that they filed, the John that's really against them, is that they can't sell talc in the U.S. So, bro, if y'all got people that live anywhere outside the U.S., bro, that y'all know personally, make sure you call them, bro, and tell them to, yo, bro, y'all still using the baby powder on your da-da-da? You still using the da-da-da on da-da-da-da? Nah, bro, you can't use that no more. Nah, you can't use it. It got talc in it. The talc, you can't use the talc in America. And maybe I guess some people in like UK and ish, they need to call us like, yo, y'all still using the Red 40? What about the blue? The Blue Lake? Nah, y'all ain't using the Yo, you remember when we went to school? I'm pretty sure we went to school, bro, and they did like a dye test. I'm pretty sure this was in school, bro. They dropped like one little drop of dye, peek it, in some water. I don't remember, bro. These might have been the same people that told us about the chewing the gum and get stuck in your organs too. So I'm not putting my whole life on the line, saying what they said was some truth, but I am telling you that it was stated before. So yeah, if somebody worked minimum wage and they getting paid $7, that's $420 a week. How much they said? They was saying, bro, you gotta pay $1,000, man. Cause I'm thinking if your rent $1,000, you make this. So you're gonna have $680 at the end of the month, and then they probably take a little bit out of your check. So you got 1,500 left, and then you back on your feet. And then next month you do the same thing. But like I said, eventually you got to start trading the money because the money has to multiply faster than you getting that money back. So like you're going to be working. But you're gonna be working your 60 hours though. Yeah, you're gonna be working your 60 hours. So let me see, 60 hours. Yee. Bro, you're gonna be working 60 hours. That means you're gonna be working almost 7 days, bro. So you're gonna be working some 10-hour days, I think, bro. Yeah. All right, let me do it like this. You working 40 hours. You're not gonna do the 40 hours. Because after you pay your rent, you're gonna only have $1,200. And that's not even saying that they took some of your money. You only got $55 left after you done paying your rent. And now the money that you borrow from Apple Pay later, you gotta repay Apple Pay later to re-borrow from Apple Pay later to repay Apple Pay later. Nah, this one right here ain't gonna work out. Cause if I even do this right here times 12. $55 times 12. That's only $660 on the year. That ain't bad to start your account out with, but man. Hey, be careful out here, bro, in this treacherous world. We're gonna listen to the brother Doug. We're gonna listen to Doug. Matter of fact, before we listen to Doug, we're gonna let Doug talk. Matter of fact, we talking about money and bullshit. We're gonna let him talk for Doug. That's not Doug.
Is very popular,
let me show you
backed
this
by
dude.
dollars, but why then inch into gold?
Yeah, well, I think the big picture is Tether obviously wants to sort of diversify its business beyond just USDT. There are questions in Europe and elsewhere about what stable coins will survive the sort of heightened regulatory environment. So Tether's making a lot of sort of diversification bets. They investing in crypto miners. They've made some investments in artificial intelligence, even some medical device companies. And with this project, what they're doing, it's really pretty fascinating. They're actually buying gold, storing it with a custodian in Switzerland, making tokens that represent that gold. So then you can buy the tokens and basically ownership in gold in token form. Then what you can do is you give those tokens back to Tether, and they give you a synthetic dollar, a tokenized stablecoin basically, like USDT, but one that is related to gold. So it's over collateralized, meaning say you put $100 of gold tokens on deposit with Tether, they'll give you $75 back. So why would you want to do that? Well, if you're bullish on gold, you're happy to own the gold, but then you can take those dollars back from Tether and go invest them elsewhere. You speculate in crypto or put them in a lending protocol and make even more yield and returns off of that investment in the gold.
So I'm wondering who exactly
yield own the gold dollars back. So it's over collateralized, meaning say you put $100 of gold tokens on deposit with Tether, they'll give you $75 back. So why would you want to do that? Well, if you're bullish on gold, you're happy to own the gold, but then you can take those dollars back from Tether and go invest them elsewhere. You speculate in crypto.
All right, so y'all get this confundery they telling y'all about, right? Cool, check me out. Give me your gold tokens. All right, cool. Give me $100 worth of gold. All right, I'm gonna take your $100 worth of gold, and I'm only gonna give you $75 back. No, just chill out. I know it sounds funny because I know you heard it first, and you're like, bro, I gave you $100. Why you? Because my $75 that I gave you, right? You don't technically give me that back. Yo, this makes absolutely 0 sense, but I do get it, because if you're bullish on gold, you take the money, because like I said, they still have your gold sitting there. You're just like borrowing against your gold. And this is literally like this is not terrible, right? Because like if you was borrowing against your money and you put $1 million in the fucking bank, they wouldn't give you $750,000. That's technically what they're getting, 75% of their value. So I could sell it for y'all, Tether. I could sell it for y'all, bro. But yo, that's crazy. So they're gonna take the gold from you. They're gonna store it. And they're gonna flip it however they can flip it. And they're gonna give you $75. Because remember, you only gave them $100 worth of gold. So they're gonna give you $75 and they take $25 off of it as a holding fee. Bring the money back, give you the gold back, and now we both just made some money because you was bullish. So you took my $75 and went and bought some gold. And you did it. You wouldn't do it on $100, nigga. You'd probably take a nice amount. You'd say, yo, I'm just gonna let them hold my gold. And I'm gonna buy some gold because I already got gold. Right? I already got some gold, bro. So why would I try to like how would I get more gold if I already got gold? All I got is gold right now. But I'm seeing that I might need to be in cash a little bit because I don't want to sell my gold. I know it's pulling back, but I don't want to sell my gold. I'm gonna just let bro hold it for a little bit because I'm bullish on it. So he gonna give me $75 on my $100. So every $100 he give me 75 on it. So all you gotta do is just take it up to the highest amount, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, what does he mean he necessarily bullish on gold? And I'm saying he may be bullish on the gold in the sense of like he might be selling because he know he got physical gold. So he know that the $75, if worse comes to worse, he just bring it back and he just get his gold back, I think. But you lost value. Like, I don't think they'll do that. They gotta charge you something on top. I'm trying to figure out what would that other fee be that they would charge you necessarily as far as like, because they're giving you $75, so that means that they're taking $25 right there. But now you bring the $75 back and they give you the $100 worth of gold. Because it's only a loan. It's like you're just borrowing against your John. Yo, Tether, y'all in a wild ass game, bro. Shout y'all out, bro. This is one thing I know about y'all. Y'all wild. They got $73 million in Tether gold though, and $112 billion in USDT. So they getting to the bag. So if any of y'all trying to get to the bag. Like, bro, they're literally playing, bro. We gotta go look at this chart, see what's going on. Look at them. They're doing nonsense, bro. Nonsense. They don't want to print out and give us our money. But it's okay because we got 11 cents, bro. They're going to be looking bummy and funny. Matter of fact, you know what? I might even put one of my stop loss to stop me out right now. I might even just close both of these plays out just to make it hard on them. Yeah, just make it hard on y'all, because y'all are not doing normal stuff. So shout out to y'all. Y'all moving like Tether right now. Tether in the market. Whoever, my investor is watching me right now live. Shout brow.
Or put them in a lending protocol and make even more yield and returns off of that investment in the gold.
So I'm wondering who exactly this is for, Mike, if you're thinking about it from the perspective of the organization. Who are they trying to appeal to with a product like this?
Certainly there's a little bit of overlap between people who are, gold bugs, for lack of a better word, and Bitcoin enthusiasts.
And I was going to say, like, crypto backed by gold. It's like you're hearkening back to the, years ago when currencies were backed by gold, when the U.S. was on the gold standard.
Right. So I think they assume there is some demand for this, but I think if you take another step back, it's almost a proof of concept for them for this new platform they have called Alloy, I suppose is how you pronounce it.
Like the metal.
Like the metal, yes. And they clearly have ambitions, as they've said, to do other things like this, to tether tokens to the value of other assets, whether it's another currency or who knows. They haven't really explained exactly what the next steps are, but they clearly want to make it a broader.
What's the biggest risk behind this?
Well, I think the market risk is the main one. Obviously, if you're bullish gold, you might be willing to take that risk. But if the gold price does go down, then what you have to do is either provide them more collateral in the form of those gold tokens, or you get liquidated. So that's the.
All you're doing is borrowing against your damn shit, bro. But I guess that was very, very important to tell y'all. Because there's probably a lot of people out there like, yeah, this is sound fly. So you saying I got my gold still. He just giving me some money that I can go make some money on and get my gold back? Cool. I ain't knocking you. But if the gold drops more than 50%, and I remember when they said that about Bitcoin, everybody was like, what? Bitcoin dropped more than 50%? Bro, come on, bro. At least we gonna probably have small little pullbacks. That bitch dropped more than 50%. You know how motherfuckers got closed out and got exposed for nonsensical trading and doing nonsense, bro? But I didn't even imagine this because I was new. We was new in the space. It was like the new students. And it's somebody that's like, everybody know about them, but you knew so you don't know about them. That was the type of situation that I ran into. I did not know what I was getting myself into. But nevertheless, I'm saying I didn't do it, but I'm saying I didn't think that it could happen hearing it, nigga, and being like, oh, yeah, this is like a good plan. But if I had a bunch of Bitcoin, I'd definitely send them my Bitcoin and get some money from them boys. And then once I got my Bitcoin, I was like, I'm not sending them boys my Bitcoin. I was like on both sides of the fence, bro. But before I had my Bitcoin, bro, I was like, bro, if I had some Bitcoin right now, bro, I'd send them up 17 Bitcoins, bro. Because I just needed some money to make more plays and just go back and get my Bitcoin. Like when a nigga tell you that just like that, it's like, yeah, bro, they just gonna hold it for you. And it's like a loan. And you just bring it back and get your money. And it's like, what's the downside? Well, if it's far more than 50%, then you got to cover that. If you can't cover it within a certain amount of time, then you liquidate it. And they take all your gold. So I remember the gold I said that wasn't gone? It's now gone. And you got $25 less. So I remember me bragging about, yeah, it's only 75%. Yeah, same difference. It was good until it wasn't, because that same 75% that you're getting, I'm saying that's high because most people will give you less than that percentage on your money. But that shit's still gone, and you didn't get your full value in money anyways. They gave you 75% of your money, so they doubled up because they got 25% extra from what they didn't pay you, and plus all of your gold that's been liquidated. Yep. Tough situation, bro. Be careful.
Clearly the market risk is the main thing. Now, obviously, there are people who still have a little bit of suspicion towards Tether itself. But you got to look at Tether over the last few years. There was so much scrutiny, much mud slung at them. But that USDT has maintained that dollar peg. So they've earned a little bit of trust in the market, I think, for a project like this to succeed.
Mike, just 10 seconds. How will we know if this is successful?
We'll watch the amount of money that's locked up in it. It's just announced yesterday, so we'll check back and see how many people are actually playing in this scheme.
Of this AI-driven bull market, it may feel like we're late in.
Yo, this nigga Mike ain't got no respect, bro. Mike, put some respect on this John, bro. This man's having people playing in this scheme. Alloy, Freudian slip. Luring folks back in. So predatory. Yeah, Elon did some damage to the crypto market. Look, would y'all see this though? What I'm telling y'all about these random pops. This is why I keep on telling y'all that this is a sell, because this is a setup, because this position is so odd, where it's like, this is kind of like why I say just stay out of it, bro, because of this. this position. It just doesn't make sense. So it's almost 3 o'clock, and that's the time I was just telling y'all about. This is the most we've been down this whole time. We just got it down to 60 cents. So we didn't turn green because they probably heard that we said we was going to stop out. Like I said, the investor is watching us. So whenever you hear us saying that we're going to do something, you know, you got to counter the trade. But like I said, we're just going to stay consistent. And what gives us the power to stay consistent? Dang, look at this 5 minute moving fast. Look at the 10 minute. It was basically right under the number, right? Yep, you was able to sell, and look. And look what it's doing. And then let's do 15. 15 just creeping up slowly. 30 minutes, same difference. Like I said, the only thing that really changed that became very compelling was this hour, right? So next time we see the crossover, it's probably going to be more than 33. It's easily, it's going to go test 32, but they was just at like 30, like, I don't know, this is fucking nonsensical. But, bruh, stay clear of the market, stay safe, and just kind of watch these types of setup, because you're going to see a lot of these type of gimmicky plays where it doesn't really make a lot of sense. But like I said, if you got a counter play that you're trying to trade against, you may get baited in or pre-pressured into a bad trade. So that's what I really don't want you guys to do. So that's why I'm so adamant about saying, yo, just stay out of it. Just stay out of it, because the movement doesn't make a lot of sense. Right? You couldn't necessarily trade it based on sensibilities. And that's why as soon as we went back red, even when we was going from green to red, I was like, yeah, you should close it out right now. But it was like, oh, okay, we're going to wait for this confirmation. And the 15, I think, that was turned down is the one that's actually been steadily creeping up. So like I said, we're going to watch the position and adjust as we shall. As we shall.
In the cycle here, and we actually just did a survey, 1,300 people on X. Almost 90% of respondents either said they think we're already in a bubble that's about to keep going or crash, or that we're not in a bubble yet and we're going to get one. And so the bottom line is, it feels like the market is really attuned to the realities of AI right now. And our view is that it is still early. The way to position yourself for it, though, is I think where you can kind of add alpha and prepare your portfolio properly. What we like to do at Deepwater is invest in both the public and private markets. On the public side, we really like the hardware space. It's been the outperforming space, the best performing space of the year. We still think there's a lot of room to go in terms of AI infrastructure spend that's still to come. On the private side, that's where we're getting our AI software exposure, because that's where the pure play AI companies like a Databricks, like a Hugging Face, and like XAI, which we just recently invested in at Deepwater, that's where you can find those types of investments.
And hey, Doug, you know, in the public markets, some of these AI hardware names, Doug, you know, Arista, it's had such a, you know, that's had a strong run already. Doug, would you be adding there, or maybe waiting for a pullback at this point?
We do own Arista, Josh. We still like Arista, and it actually had a great week last week. On top of those Broadcom earnings, Broadcom talked about strong networking demands, and they actually upped their networking revenue guidance on the reality that there is strong demand for Ethernet-based products in AI data centers. Arista has built their portfolio around Ethernet, and so I think they stand to be a good beneficiary of that trend that we're seeing from Broadcom.
And also, you know, what strikes me as I looked at your various picks, whether you're talking about Arista or some of the memory chip makers.
Yeah, this brother right here, real professional. Hey, yo, you think we should wait for a pullback? We do own Arista, right? And we everybody heard. I'm not sure if you heard, but we all heard that it should be some nice pumps coming. We got some nice uptrends. We looking good. So should I or should I not wait for the pullback? No? Okay, I'm not waiting for the pullback. Let's see if this guy, we can't say he didn't lie. Man, I'm selling the shit out of this on the monthly. No, let me go see if I might be messing up. Bro. Broski. 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 You must have bought high. He must have bought high. So he want me and you to come in and buy. Cause he must have bought high. Bro. Hold on. I'm gonna make sure, bro, this is the right play. Cause this say $300. Does my play $300? 340. Okay, so this we looking at the same play. I'm like, bro. Nah, this bro tripping. Nah, he tripping. Why he tripping? Because the man, that doesn't even make sense. That setup that he wanted us in, it's like it's literally. Yeah, I think we should wait for a pullback, just at least to be able to figure out what the fuck we're testing. Can it keep running? Yeah. It's just like this play right here. You see it running? Man, let me go look at this hour reading on XAU, bro. I tell y'all we could buy on that hour. So. That'll be somebody that they use to do some fake pushing, right? So we want to be very, very. Oh yeah. This is what I was saying though about buying on the hour. This exact setup, but then like, what about when the 2 hour come? This play is ugly, bro. They just jumping around and jumping around and jumping around. But yeah, that I'm glad the brother ain't say what we should do though. He kept it very PG-13.
Looked at your various picks, whether you're talking
we got
about
some, and they just
or some,
and they just did something just recently. You hearing that earning call just recently? Yeah, they was saying that they had some internet-based stuff. You know, they do internet. You feel me? So they stand to benefit from a lot of this stuff that's going on. Yeah, but is it a time for a pullback? Like, is there uptrends that I can follow? Not really. But it ain't topped out though. We still got some room to run. Not really, but they came out. You heard the earning calls and stuff like that, so we can still move up. All right, bro. Whatever. This type of bro you dealing with right now, but hey, we'll give them another chance.
The memory chip makers like an SK Hynix, like a Micron, is that, for lack of a better word, they're sort of the less sexy areas that, in other words, they haven't gotten as much attention, right, during this whole situation. Does that mean, whereas, I mean, the stocks have still done well, but do you think that they maybe are more attractively valued than some of those that are getting more attention?
I think some are, and I think what's even beyond that is if you think about kind of what's been priced in so far. You look at a stock like NVIDIA, obviously they've had incredible earnings growth that has supported how that stock has moved. I think companies like an Arista, Vertiv is another name that we like that does liquid cooling solutions. I think those are stocks that actually still have upside to numbers. And that's really what we're trying to find as we look beyond the big cap names like the NVIDIAs, like the Broadcoms. We want to see that there's still potential that hasn't been fully recognized yet by the market. And I think that makes these stocks actually probably cheaper than they might appear if you just look at the numbers.
And Doug, I haven't had the chance to talk to you since Apple's big software show. I'm curious to get your take, Doug, because the narrative there heading into the show, I mean, at least in some quarters, was, well, Apple's fallen behind in this AI race. And Tim Cook obviously tried to take the stage and really kind of change that narrative, change that story, Doug. Do you think he did it?
There's two sides to it, Josh. It's hard because if you're an AI nerd like me, you probably weren't blown away. We didn't see anything from Apple, if you're really closely following the AI space, that we haven't really seen before from Google, from OpenAI. And so I wasn't blown away. But what I think is important, more important, is that the average Apple customer, the person who doesn't care about ChatGPT, maybe doesn't even use it on any regular basis, I think they probably saw some features, for example, a Siri that might actually just work for once.
Just being right in real time. I remember, make sure y'all can see the damn chart. Just being right in real time. All right, this is the exact setup I just told y'all. And what I told y'all, we're going to try to see how much manipulations we get. And I told y'all we're going to wait for this hour, because when this hour come back, that'll give us a determinant of if we should buy. But what we were trying to figure out was on the buy attempt, it's not bad to buy, but on the buy attempt, where are we going? So then we're gonna see that we're gonna hit the hour, and we for sure we're gonna go higher than 32.99. So that's 33. So if you just heard me about the 42 and you heard all those jokes that I was making, this is what I was necessarily talking about. This exact pop right here, because the hour that we were actually selling on stopped short and had a sharp pop back up. Usually while you sell on those bigger time frames, they curve in. But when you get those direct, that's usually, especially, and I'll tell you, like, what happens is they can work in between a time frame. So they can work in between the hour, which would be benefit the 2 hour. So I'm a little bit confused, because now it could also work between the hour to benefit the 2 hour as far as the pullback. So it'll hit, go a little bit higher than 32, whatever, and then pull back, and then the 2 hour will have the same attempt to go do whatever they're trying to do. So let's see exactly our breakdown. We should be able to print back out green. Like I said, we don't necessarily care, because we're going to get a buy. We wanted to get a buy before 32. We should have got it, but we're focused on doing this cash right now, knocking the situation out. And we know we got some pullback legs. But yeah, this is what I was telling y'all about, and why I was so scared about that buy.
I think that is a big deal for the average Apple customer. When you think about customers that need to upgrade and really drive device growth, where we haven't seen that device growth from Apple for the last kind of 18 months or so, I think those are the customers that matter. And I think Apple probably did enough with AI to excite them to come and get a new iPhone over the next year or two with these AI features.
So were you one of the folks buying Apple shares sort of the day after the beginning of the presentation, as we saw the stock surge to a new record?
I couldn't speak to kind of recent trading activity for us, but what I would tell you is this: on the large cap side, for this whole year, really, Google and Meta have been our two favored names. And the reason is because they both are leaders in the AI generative model space. I think there's only 4 companies really that have a chance at creating artificial general intelligence and sort of winning the AI race. It's OpenAI, it's Google, it's Meta, and it's xAI, Elon's company, that, as I mentioned, Deepwater did actually invest in that one as well. We think that's a good space to deploy capital to.
Well, and I think that's a really interesting point, because a lot of people don't necessarily have access to, you talk about that on the software side in AI, a lot of the exciting stuff is happening with still private companies. So what can people who maybe don't have access to those raises, how can they get access? Or, as you brought up earlier, is it better to sort of play on the vendors maybe to those companies?
I think that's the easy answer. Is you want to probably look back to some of those hardware companies and maybe wait until some of these AI companies come public. Or if you do have access, if you have a vendor that you can work with to get access to private markets, that might be something worth exploring too. But I think the easiest path is, and I do think the window is open right now for a lot of these AI companies, is probably to wait for them to come public. And I do expect we'll see some of that happening over the next.
That sounds like what somebody would say when they're scared of competition.
No,
no, just come in a little bit late. You'll be straight. No, I'm already being here. I'm gonna have everything set up on my side. But even if you come in late, you'll still be good, because these will be the public ones. You don't want to be trading the free. Oh, okay. Crazy, man. These guys be telling you anything. Let's find some gems. All right, let's find some gems in the middle of in this madness. Cause he telling us he not helping us. He talking about we gotta wait for stuff to become public and all type of stupid stuff. So let's see if we gotta wait for stuff to become public. Y'all know we big on AMD. I need to check them out actually. Like I said, I ain't supposed to be doing too much other stocks on my chart right now, bro. Look, y'all see what I'm in? A big line right now. I'm in a battle for my life, bro. So I ain't supposed to be on him. Okay, we in a pullback. We even in a yearly pullback? Okay, we good. We good, AMD. We good. Broadcom. AMG's good. AMD is good. If I could trade this anyway, I'm setting up sell positions on this. Matter of fact, let me go look at this on my stock. Let me go see 1 second, y'all. Cause this is I got this way. I was set up a trade for this. They don't got it on here. What about Qualcomm? Yeah, I think AMD got the best upside, the best runway in that space. Yeah, they got the best runway. Everybody else looks. See, you know what Nvidia just benefited from was that split, correct? So.
After this Juneteenth, how much progress do we have still to go?
Oh, quite a bit. Unfortunately, there's some of the same vestiges that had initially been a problem in America had not been redressed or resolved. If you think of 159 years later from Juneteenth of 1865, we also have to think of 1619 to 1865, 246 years of the absolute institution of slavery, of Americans being kidnapped, robbed, raped, being denied the opportunity for education. It was a horrible period in our history. And so from 1865, if you will, up until 1896, there was the Reconstruction period. And there we saw progress, people moving forward. And then the winds turned backwards after the Justice Taney decision and the separate but of the laws of Plessy versus Ferguson, where there was the segregation that went into place. It took 58 years up until 1954 to overturn those black codes, those Jim Crow laws, and inch by inch it moved forward until we saw the culmination of an African-American president and that of President Barack Obama. But now we see some of those same forces moving the hands of time backwards when we see the restriction on voting right access, when we see the banning of African-American books in Florida, when we see the challenges to the voting laws. So America takes 2 steps forward. Sometimes it takes a step backwards, but there's an ongoing quest for freedom to move forward and have progress.
Well, Congressman, I want to ask you about what steps were taken here in this campaign cycle that we're in right now, because as you know, there is a massive effort by both the Biden campaign and now the Trump campaign to seize on the black vote. It may well make the difference in this campaign. It's going to be awfully close. And this past weekend, Donald Trump spoke at a campaign event roundtable in Detroit, of course, the key state of Michigan here. And he said this on the impact that he's had on the lives of black Americans. Let's listen.
We've done more for, and I say this, I say it proudly, more for the black population than any president since Abraham Lincoln. That's a big statement. And crooked Joe Biden has done nothing for you except talk. It's only talk. It's all talk.
Congressman Jackson, how would you respond to Donald Trump?
Well, I wish we could have finished the clip and maybe he could have given some details and brought to light what he's done. I'm not quite sure what he was talking about. Oftentimes he can say things that aren't challenged and certainly aren't substantiated. And he certainly cannot compare his record for achievements and improvements.
Well, he says he will win the black vote in this campaign. Do you believe him?
No, I don't. And I don't think many people should believe him from courts, and other people should not believe what he's saying. But if you think about it, so if you think about when he says he's delivered more to the African American community, President Joe Biden nominated and had put in place for the United States Supreme Court the first woman of color, the first African American woman, and Ketanji Brown Jackson. President Trump didn't do that. President Joe Biden has had more African Americans in his cabinet than anyone else in American history. President Trump did not do that. So there are many things that President Trump is claiming and extolling that simply just aren't true. So I would appreciate if people in the media would challenge him. So what exactly that he's done? What he has done is he's called countries in Africa S-hole countries. What he has done is 35 years ago when I was a teenager, lied and asked for the death penalty on 5 teenage African-American boys and still said they're guilty even after courts have found them innocent, and doesn't have the temerity or the guts or the compassion to even ask for their apology after those men had spent that time in jail. I mean, so I'm not exactly sure, and I would like for him to respond to it. It was Congresswoman Alma Adams of North Carolina that had introduced and passed legislation for increased funding for historically black colleges and universities. So yes, I would like for him to expound upon what he's done for the African American community.
Well, what would you say, not to us in the media who ask questions of Donald Trump or his policies, but to black voters who are actually telling pollsters, or at least indicating that they aren't enthusiastic about voting for Joe Biden? What would you tell them about why they should?
Well, I would say that elections have consequences, and we may not get everything that we want in one candidate, but measure the cost. And I would tell people to measure twice and cut once. What's on the line is the Supreme Court. This next president can have the opportunity to appoint 2 United States Supreme Court justices. These laws live for centuries that we have to still challenge and still work through. If you think of what's on the line, is that President Trump in office has been very, very reckless. When you start closing the doors on Muslims and saying that they cannot come here, when you start turning your back on Haiti, when you start calling African countries out of their name, that is very, very mean-spirited. When you look and see what he's done in his early part of his career in housing in the city of New York, in Queens, where he fought against having African Americans to be renters. I mean, has he ever contracted and worked with African Americans? Even on his television show of The Apprentice, African Americans that were qualified were disqualified because he was seeking polls. So poll ratings and approval, as opposed to having character and the gumption and the will to do what was right. So I've not seen him stand up to the face of those persons that have tried to be vile and offensive to African Americans. I've not seen him to be a leader in any of these categories. So as it relates to the African American polls, there's a lot of conversations going on. I applaud Trump for going into the church. I don't know why he was, who sent the invitation. I don't know how many people he had there that were actors, but I don't see that groundswell for him receiving overwhelming support.
Was that intentional, or what was that?
Community.
Congressman, I apologize.
No, it wasn't intentional. Basically, they defecated their sewage from these UN.
Oh, gee, I didn't even want to turn out to this nonsense because it's supposed to be Juneteenth and I'm supposed to be in my celebratory bag, bro. But, huh? What did that Trump do? Turn his back. What do you mean turn his back? He didn't help? Help the what? What are you gonna help with? Who said they need Trump help? Who said they need Biden help? You know what we need? No help. Less help. Every time y'all help, y'all want something. Y'all like these niggas that be doing it like, yo, bro, bring your gold. Nah, I'm giving you $75. I'm just holding the gold. You get the gold back. Bro, you just noticed that the gold just fell? Damn. Nigga, was you the one that sold all that gold that you had? Did you sell all the gold that I gave you, bro? Did you try to find a way to hedge against you having a bunch of gold and just giving out money? I'm just curious. I'm not saying you would do something this foul, but I'm just trying to figure. Yo, these niggas are crazy, bro. Y'all crazy. I just like exit you right now. Look, running. You just need to pull all the way back now. It's popping back up. Man, even talking about Trump pass. Fuck that. We need to talk about Biden now. I heard, man, I'm telling you, bro. The main thing I like with Trump, even if he do appoint a Supreme Court, I hope all the motherfuckers is as Christian as a motherfucker can make them, whatever that means to y'all. I just want it to be that vague term. It ain't even a term that I use necessarily, but it's vague enough that a lot of people will grab it. Like a Clarence Thomas. Clarence Thomas? Anybody, bro, that got Christian values, that's some shit like, nah, God don't want you to do that. Yo, Biden, bro. Man, I've seen Biden and some actual actors and comedians going to see the Pope. But yeah, let's see what my brother got to say about these funny guys, because these guys are here telling lies. This will be a Juneteenth celebration, and this man in here with the nonsense.
Il a fait même j'en ai parlé, il a porté choléra pour nous, côté 20 000 haïtiens mourent dans choléra, plus passé 500 000 autres infectés. L'ONU connaît ça. L'ONU mène bon enquête, il connaît que c'est ne parler et que quitte porter choléra. Qui ça yo fait? Yo va jamais dédommager nous. Et yo refuse de reconnaître que c'est yo qui porté maladie en Haïti. Et si force étrangère yo t'a venu.
So he's saying that the UN brought cholera to Haiti, which killed 20,000 Haitians.
How? Like they did put it in the water, or they just were infected with it?
Was that intentional, or what was that?
No, it wasn't intentional. Basically, they defecated their sewage from these UN blue helmet, so-called peacekeepers, back in the early days of the UN occupation, following the 2004 U.S. orchestrated coup against Haiti's president, Jean-Bertrand Aristide. These Nepalese troops leaked sewage into a prominent river, and it got a lot of people sick and killed them. So basically, cholera happens when you get sewage in the water, and that's been a condition that has existed since then.
Okay. So he says if the foreign troops came to get rid of Ariel Henry, we would be happy. Who's Ariel Henry?
So Ariel Henry is the now former de facto prime minister. He was, after the president, the elected president was assassinated in July 2021, the U.S. just put in just basically anointed this guy, Ariel Henry, to be the prime minister, and he was the de facto prime minister.
That wasn't Trump. So that's what I'm saying. So like, I understand where we're coming from. Trump ain't help. Trump ain't do shit, probably. I'm a little bit confused. Maybe he like, yo, Trump ain't sent no vaccine to them folks, bro. I'm not. I'm concerned, bro. I'm concerned. Because I remember Jovenel wanting people to be sent back. Jovenel was trying to build a country up. So I'm a little bit concerned with like the angles that's being angulated on me. It's like a nigga doing like an angle lock or something crazy going on right now. right? And I'm trying to figure out what do they necessarily mean that Biden is helping, or one person helping, one person not helping. Who told them to fucking help who? The nigga come and say, yo, we need hella help. I don't think so. People are tired of y'all. People do not like y'all helping, which is why y'all try to send in fucking African countries. And we know y'all don't, nobody wants y'all to help, bro. Go on, don't try to play the helping game. You never can help.
Minister. So we filmed this last August. And at that point, the whole country wanted to get rid of Ariel Henry. They were leading the fight against him, against this U.S. puppet. Finally, in February of this year, February 28th, 29th, it was a leap year, they succeeded in getting rid of him. So now there's a new group in. So this is, it's slightly aged, but the point stands about, what he's saying about foreign intervention.
Okay. So this guy, this Jimmy Barbecue, he's leading a coalition of militias inside Haiti against the United States installed puppets, basically.
Basically, yeah, exactly.
And the oligarchs in Haiti.
Exactly. And he's open, he's repeatedly said, let's have dialogue, but all the oligarchs, they now have this thing called a Presidential Transitional Council, which is just a multi-headed hydra of puppets that the U.S. has installed, that's totally unelected and selected a president. Nobody voted for it. They refuse to talk to him. So when there's no dialogue in politics, that's when it turns to the other form of politics, which is weapons.
Right. As Fred Hampton said, politics is war without weapons. War is politics with weapons. Right? Okay, here we go. Okay, we would be happy. If the forces were coming to establish security to allow the people to move about, we would be happy. If the foreign forces are coming to consolidate the power of the oligarchs, the 5% of the people who control 85% of the country's wealth, the foreign forces are coming to consolidate Ariel Henry because they know that.
Poor little Jimmy about to kill himself. Jimmy, man, just let Zoe go, bro. That man Jimmy about to fucking run his lips off his damn mouth trying to fucking follow his damn sentences right now. He messing up sentences. Got me and you hearing sentences wrong. Right? I'm just thinking about all the helpers. Thousands of helpers in our lives. Thousands of good helpers, right? We had just like wise Magi saying, right? We had who? We had Bill. I had Bill as a great helper. Bill showed up as one of the top helpers in the world. Sent a bunch of rice. Then came back with like, yo, you know what? I helped wrong, y'all. I destabilized the market. That's what you're gonna do every time that nobody's asking you for help. Every time that you insist on helping. What they say, the road to hell is paved with good help. They don't say that the road to hell is paved with good help, but it's played with good intentions, nigga. You got a lot of good intentions, right? You got a lot of good intentions, and that's why it's paved with so much bad things. But I don't really believe that though, cause when I really see people with real good intentions, man, it's like the shit paved with gold. It's like the streets paved with gold. It's like the streets paved with gold. Cause you may be doing something in your own little small basement. And if somebody really out there that's really got a genuine heart and he genuinely trying to help, he can grow your little situation, help you get to a spot, and bam, see you shine. Right? There's also that angle too, but a lot of the people, they streets don't be trying to be paved with nothing. Paved with good intentions. I intended to do good, and I ain't got good in my heart. It ain't paved with goodness. You feel me? It ain't like they said the streets of hell is paved with goodness. Good intentions. Good, a good wanting. Man, I wanted to be so good, y'all. So yeah, definitely be careful of these helpers, but these boys help too much and they don't ask enough fucking questions. Step in helping. Yo, I can help, bro. What are you doing, dude? I'm getting rebounds. I'm trying to get a workout. I want to shoot the ball and run and get the rebounds. Oh, yeah. I don't need nobody helping me with rebounds right now, G. It might look odd to you. Hold on, what's this flag that they got? What day it is today? It's a special day, everybody. Oh, this is Juneteenth flag. Y'all, man, I gotta show y'all the Juneteenth flag, bro. It looks just like the 85.
Hang on, I gotta back that up.
Sounds like America the way he's talking.
Yeah,
5% control, 85% foreign forces coming in. And
because they know that that he participated in the assassination of, how do you say his name?
Jovenel Moise.
Jovenel Moise. So that was the last president that was democratically elected. He got assassinated in 2021, and they know that he participated. Who's he?
Ariel Henry, the prime minister that the U.S. anointed right after his assassination was a leading suspect in the assassination.
Okay, fantastic. Okay,
yeah. It's like LBJ.
Yeah. So here we go. And the only way for him to avoid being arrested and facing justice is to have the foreign forces come so they can have a phony election, so he can select someone that he wants, and he doesn't have to face justice. So they're talking about Ariel and Henry, right? I like to call him Henry.
Ariel Henry, I say.
I call him Ariel Henry. That's why in the popular neighborhoods, Toto represents Bel Air. What does that mean?
That guy's nickname is Toto.
Oh, okay.
The other guy there, and Bel Air is the next neighborhood over from Barbecue's neighborhood of, it's called Lower Delma, is where.
Okay,
where he
so
lives.
Toto. So this guy next to him represents Bel Air, which I'm going to guess is not like the Bel Air here in California.
Right.
He says, I represent the revolutionary forces in the G9. Okay. And today there is no G9 and no GPEP. What does that mean?
Okay, so the G9 was formed in 2020 by Cherizier and several other armed leaders from different neighborhoods to fight against crime. They said, look, no more kidnapping, no more robbery, no more extortion, no more rape in our neighborhoods. We want to get rid of the criminals. So they pushed the criminals out of their neighborhoods and united to call this thing the G9. And they also provided, they have like clean water and food, and they have a social aspect to what they do. As soon as that was announced, the oligarchs created something called the GPEP, which means the G people. And that was like kind of like a copycat. It's like an old CIA tactic where you make like a copycat of something. Like because the Jimmy Dore show is doing so successful, so they'll have like, I don't know, the Timmy Shore show to like kind of confuse people,
I want to start the Timmy Shore show.
So the JPEP, the G people, was totally criminal, and they would get paid by the oligarchs to do all kinds of dirty work, and they had a lot more money. They had more weapons and bigger weapons, and so they would just constantly be battling against the G9. And this is what we show in Another Vision, is that the G9 and JPEP would fight, but the whole time, Jimmy Barbecue, Cherizier, would always say, look, let's stop fighting. We're all from the same social class. We're all living in this situation together. So why are we fighting against each other? Let's actually change our reality. And so finally, he managed to do that with this agreement was part of it, this with Toto, and created what is called Vivre Ensemble. Vivre Ensemble means live together in Haitian Creole. And that is the primary armed group, that you'll read about in the New York Times or the Washington Post that's so scary. And, we have to send in these foreign mercenaries to take out.
Okay.
Well, if gangs stop fighting, they could turn on the leadership.
That's right. So and that's why you saw it in the press that this guy was a cannibal and that his gang is a cannibal. I knew immediately I saw that. I'm like, oh, this is Julian Assange is a rapist. That's what that is. And yeah, okay.
Their gangs called Live Together.
This is part.
That's the scariest thing there is.
Well, it is this coming together along social class lines, and that this is the Hamas decapitated 40 babies. That's what this is.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. We are waiting for the foreign forces. I think if they're going to come and be our popular neighborhoods to shoot, massacre, and rape people, if they think they're going to come and than we in the popular neighborhoods who have, what is that, Dessalines?
Dessalines' blood. Dessalines, Jean-Jacques Dessalines was the founding father of Haiti. He is the preeminent Haitian revolution.
That nigga Jimmy said Dessalines. God damn, Jim Jam. Shout you out, my brother.
Who,
okay.
Yeah.
So he's warning that the foreign forces, now the foreign forces is the United States, right? The CIA and whoever they decide to pay, right?
Exactly. They've paid hundreds of millions of dollars to Kenya, of all countries,
Kenya,
to basically lead like a blackface invasion, because it's even, I've been saying this for 2 years. As soon as they started announcing that they're looking for another country to be the face of this invasion, I was like, it's obvious. Why? Because Haitians they're very sensitive to foreign intervention, especially from the United States, because the US has repeatedly occupied them, robbed their gold reserves, has treated them horribly, has cooed them twice. So the US, the Biden administration wants to do it in like a woke way. They're like, we're going to get, some Africans or whoever else to do it. And so they got Kenyans, and Kenya has like the most atrocious. They got Kenyan
That's gonna be
police
extra brutal.
paramilitaries. Oh, they have like the worst humanitarian record. The UN documented their use of death squads in the police, where they disappeared thousands of people, and even the police who came out of that death squad and blew the whistle, those guys got disappeared. So that's who they want to send to Haiti to kill these so-called gangs, is they want to send like real death squads.
Holy shit. So he's saying we will stand and fight until our last drop of blood.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. Is there more to this? Let's see.
I think that's it.
So that's it. So that's what's going on in Haiti. So what? So now this. So. So what does the UN have to say about? Don't just the UN, aren't they hip to? Oh, the CIA's paying Kenyans, and then Kenyans, are they there yet? Did the Kenyans come to Haiti yet?
Well, there's been all kinds of delays. So the Kenyan president, William Ruto, who is basically kind of like he wants to be like a Zelensky. He came here last month, late in May, and met with Biden. And it was, the first visit from an African head of state in many years, which shows kind of how the U.S. even treats even its African puppets. And on that day, it was supposed to be these Kenyan police would deploy to Haiti, but there's all kinds of holdups because there's actually resistance in Kenya from people who oppose this, from lawmakers. So it's not a done deal, and it's the whole thing. The issue is, the main issue is, you need what's called a bilateral agreement. So Ariel Henry, when he was still the de facto prime minister, in late February, he flew to Kenya to go sign a bilateral agreement, to sign an agreement with Kenya to have the forces invade. While he was gone, Barbecue and Vivant Sam went and attacked the airport and like key installations. So then Ariel Henry could not get back into the country. That forced him to basically resign, and the U.S. scrambled to cobble something together. Like, we need some new puppets in there because this one has expired. And so that allowed the Kenyan opposition to basically say, look, you don't even have a functioning government. How can you sign something with them when there's no one there? So that was one delay. There's also delays, like the Kenyans said that
so let me just so the way this works is, so the United States installs a puppet in Haiti, and then it has to get that puppet that it installs to go make a deal with Kenya to import their death squads under the guise of, probably bringing security to the country, right? And so that's how Kenyans can show up there in Haiti under the guise of, oh no, we're invited.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's just a big farce. But then another hang up they ran into is they said, like, well, you can participate in this as a Kenyan cop if you've had less than 3 criminal convictions. And so they've only got like 200 or 300 cops. I mean, it's just a total disaster for them already. And really, to me, it shows actually just the impotence of the empire. I mean, you'd think that, the U.S. could just send in, whatever proxy or some.
You would think.
to just do the dirty job and it would be over. But I mean, if you look at it in the broader context of how the U.S. is failing in Ukraine, is failing in Gaza, killing a ton of people, yes, making lots of money for the military-industrial complex, yes, but overall not achieving their goals at all. And Haiti is just, a smaller kind of area on the grand chessboard. And, they seem to be failing. What I do wonder is if, say, Trump wins, this is it's like it would be a perfect kind of thing for Trump's advisors to say, this would be an easy one. Just send some troops in, get this crazy cannibal African, Haitian guy, kind of like they did with Venezuela and saying like,
right.
Oh, if you just support this Juan Guaido guy, then that'll be an easy one. We'll take out some socialists and that'll be it. So it's this kind of like drawn out saga that just gets dumber and dumber. But the more that the U.S. kind of bears down on Haiti, the more that the people, these armed groups, unite, which is not an easy task. I mean, Barbecue's been working to unite these groups for years and years, and it's an ongoing thing.
Can I ask a question? What made the other group, CPEP? Is that what they're called? GPEP?
Yeah.
What made them? Did they realize they were like a construct of the CIA, and like how did they come together?
Well, they came together originally with money from really dirty oligarchs who are tied to the U.S. Eventually, they got to a point where they had their own money, they had their own weapons. They didn't really need payments from these guys, from these oligarchs, and Barbecue's message started to resonate more with them because he said, basically, like, look at the condition we're living in. We live among, piles of burning trash. Our people are being killed. Like, this is terrible. Why do we, we're proud Haitians. We had the 1804 revolution. We defeated 3 empires. Like, let's respect our history and our tradition and our culture. The other thing is actually the second clip that we have shows quite well. There was the involvement of an American Catholic priest who, if we can play that clip, you'll see he actually played a key role. Okay.
What the people really need now is food. Yo besoin manger.
Yeah. Oh, is that Jimmy Carter?
Yeah. That's Father Tom Hagen. He is a very dedicated missionary in Haiti who has dedicated his life to building schools and actually, I mean, the NGOs and a lot of the missionaries are frankly terrible and are agents of empire. But Father Tom Hagen, I think, is very much an exception to the rule. And yes, in terms of Barbecue being a Freemason, a lot of people ask about this. So finally I get to address it. Yes, Barbecue is a Freemason. It's different, I would say, in the Haitian context than like, the huge Freemason temple here in DC, where it's in kind of an elite kind of cult. In Haiti, people are very superstitious. A lot of people are Freemasons. A lot of even Haitian, American Haitians in diaspora, many of them are Freemasons. And it's more, it's also kind of merged with voodoo, the religion, the African religion that was brought to Haiti. So it's more just kind of, it's not as meaningful than, if you saw, like George Bush or somebody being
Well, it's weird because they're Catholics, aren't they mostly there? Like, I thought the church is like, you can't be a Freemason. I don't know. Everybody's got their own thing, I guess.
All right, let's play this.
To get food.
I think so.
One of the key figures involved in both the Peace Accord and the community projects is Father Tom Hagen of Hands Together, an NGO that builds schools across the country.
My role wasn't that much. It was just kind of like a suggestion, because we've had a couple kind of truce before, and but interesting, not many people have even come to say, hey, this is a good thing. Nothing at all. And I wonder sometimes if it's just have a suspicion that maybe the people want these gangs to be called bad people or bad gangs because they use them for different reasons, political reasons and whatever else. But I'm willing to stand up and say, hey, there's goodness in them. And I bet my life on this guy. He's a good person.
Okay.
Well, he's not going to make it to the inner Freemason circle with that good attitude. I'll tell you that.
So he's basically. I mean, does this guy have any power?
No, he doesn't have any power. But what he does is, for one thing, so that's in Barbecue's neighborhood, Lower Delma, where they are building. You know, you could see they had construction going on, and now it's complete. They built a number of schools. They built shelters. They built a restaurant. They have a swimming pool for kids, and it's all community projects trying to improve the situation where the state has failed. I mean, decades and decades of U.S. neoliberalism has totally gutted the state. There's no social services. Nobody collects the garbage, for example. So those kinds of things are what Cherizier has organized his neighborhood to do. And with the help of this guy, Father Tom Hagen, who is a neutral figure, he can talk to different. It's easier for him to talk to different armed leaders and say, hey, why don't you guys sit down and talk? So he played a role, not a major role, but he played a role in this. And it's a kind of different side. You know, I mean, most Haiti so-called experts are afraid to talk about this stuff. They will not talk about. It's kind of,
People think
in
it's
a way,
conspiracy. People think you're talking about a conspiracy. And I have friends say that to me, not even like to me, like, oh, you're conspiracy. I'm like, this ain't about UFOs, dude. This is land news. This is normal world news. It's not a conspiracy. It's just the news.
Well, I think with Cherizier and Vivant Sam, it's really easy. There's sort of a hegemony in the media where everyone from the New York Times to kind of left-wing media says Barbecue is bad. He carried out these massacres, and they'll just repeat this ad nauseum. And it's, you know, I've debunked thoroughly the claims about massacres that he allegedly carried out. We did that in our documentary Another Vision. We have an entire episode dedicated to it. But people are afraid, because no one else is doing it, people are afraid to challenge that narrative. So most people who go on, whether it's CNN or alternative media, and talk about Haiti, they just say they're gangs, they're bad,
yeah, right.
they kill
you just write
people.
them off.
Yeah, or, you know, they just, like, they make the focus, these are paramilitaries, these guys are really bad. But it's, the fact is, the so-called gangs, I think, are the most authentic representation of the impoverished neighborhoods, the masses of Port-au-Prince in particular that exist, warts and all. That's not to say that they're angels, but it's the condition that Haiti and really Port-au-Prince is in. So the two options basically are, well, we can just say, yeah, let's let the U.S. proxy force go in and support that, and, you know, they'll just kill a bunch of people and we'll have another decade-long occupation. Or we can say this is a good process where groups that were fighting, and some of whom have committed very heinous crimes, Cherizier not being one of them, but they put down their weapons, they unite and create their own path. Like, Haitians actually improve their condition.
But that could destroy the whole prison.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think's going to happen?
I think what we are seeing is a revolutionary process where, you know, now this group, Vivant Sam, has expelled the U.S. puppet Ariel Henry. It forced the U.S. to scramble to cobble together what this Haitian presidential transitional council, which is just a bunch of puppets. They put in a bunch of just a bunch of opportunists and cynics and scoundrels, all seeking power, and they all had to swear to support this proxy force coming in, so they don't have any actual power. And then they just appointed a prime minister, Gary Coney, who was the prime minister already. He was Bill Clinton's aide following the 2010 earthquake, when Bill Clinton was the UN special envoy for Haiti.
Yeah.
And then he was appointed as prime minister when Hillary Clinton was was running the State Department. So it's just the same old political class they're trying to put in. And so now it's like, okay, these people want to be hood ornaments on the U.S. tank coming in. But so now it's, well, what is going to happen? Is the U.S. going to get this proxy force in? Is it going to fail? And then that becomes an argument for Trump to come in and say, you know what, we got to send a bunch of Marines in there. We got to just take this guy out because the Haitians are coming to our borders and they're going to, cannibalize us. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but I see a revolutionary process unfolding, and I hope it succeeds. It could fail. Anything could happen, but so far I'm sort of optimistic.
I'm impressed that Freemason is actually doing masonry. You never see that. That's why I was so suspicious. How come they don't build nothing? Here they are.
I hate to be a pessimist, but my guess is the American Marines will go in, crush them, and
they'll be busy in China or in
Taiwan.
It's closer. They're closer, so it's easier to send them to Haiti.
Well, I think we have to outsource this one.
I mean, Trump will think, just like Dan said, it's always, we got an easy victory.
They'll be busy arresting Rachel Maddow.
Let's go get a victory. That's what they're going to say. It's like Grenada with Reagan when in the 80s. I don't know if you're old enough to remember that.
We showed them 16 whatever.
We showed them. Yeah, there's like 15 guys.
We showed those Antifas.
Yeah, and so that's what it's going to look like. That's what it's going to be sold to Trump as, and that's what he'll do.
Well, it's morning in America soon.
Yeah, and
that's assuming Trump gets in, which is, who knows what they're going to do to him to prevent that.
I bet you it's going to be a Reagan times coming. It's going to be like they let all those people in, like Scarface. The Cuban, Mario boat lift. Joey Diaz pointed out the crime Miami is crazy, but it built it all up, and everybody. So on a national scale, we have that here. So then Biden is not popular. I bet they're going to do a whole Reagan thing. It's going to be like a big right-wing morning in America kind of reset, the opposite of what they were promising.
Okay. All right. Well, Dan, I appreciate you coming on and keep us updated. Let us know when the Marines land. And so that Kenya thing, that's still on pause.
Yes. It's on pause for the moment, and just kind of seeing what happens. They just kind of keep kicking the can down the road with one delay after the next. So
do we have backup AFRICOM nations to do our dirty work if Kenya doesn't want to,
I mean, they have other countries involved. Kenya is the main supplier of the armed force, but there's like Benin, there's Chad, there's the Bahamas are supposed to send some cops, a few other countries. But I mean, overall, even if they get imagine they get several hundred police in there. I mean, there are several thousand so-called gang members. You're going into a place where you're going to try to fight essentially an insurgency on unfamiliar terrain, where you're outnumbered, you don't speak the language, and like Gaza or like Vietnam or Afghanistan, all of that exists. It's a similar situation, and people blend in with the crowd. People blend in with the masses, and that's, I mean, if they want to make barbecue and vivre ensemble more popular, then that's the perfect way to do it, to launch an invasion, because then he'll get more of the masses of people rallying around him.
But Israel did that, and it's helping to get rid of Hamas.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Dan Cohen, everybody check his work out at Uncaptured Media and his.
So yeah, man, that was just a little extra I had to throw in there, but we about to get up out of here. Finish out on some good Juneteenth.
The U.S. markets will be closed in honor of the Juneteenth holiday.
What are you going to be doing?
I'm going to celebrate it just like every other sort of red-blooded American by kind of ignoring the real meeting and going golfing.
Oh, golfing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Was it hard to get tea time?
Yeah, don't worry. I'll have some red Kool-Aid and some red velvet cake. So anyway, but there will be things going on overseas, including over there in jolly old UK.
Yeah, the UK will be releasing its CPI numbers. And of course, just like everywhere else in the world, we're looking at services inflation being kind of sticky. And then that sets us up for the BOE meeting and decision on Thursday.
Yeah, the BOE meeting could actually be kind of critical because we're now getting into this phase where central banks are starting to diverge, not just in their policy actions, but in their outlooks as well.
And they're allowed to disagree, by the way, when they vote. vote on the decision.
I've heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's dissension in the ranks, and it's okay.
Well, and also on Thursday, back here in the U.S., we're going to get some economic data. We were talking a lot today about housing. We're going to get official government data on housing starts.
Right. Building permits and housing starts. Of course, the structural shortage of housing means building permits will go up, and housing starts are likely to increase in the month of May. Jobless claims will be really interesting, given the soft retail sales data that we just got today.
Absolutely. Here, and one thing I'm really interested in, we get some earnings on Thursday as well from two companies that I think could provide somewhat of a barometer as what's going on with the consumer, Darden Restaurants and Kroger.
Yeah, Darden, I was just checking, 98% exposure to the U.S. So Olive Garden, Capitol Grill, Bahama Mama, Yard House. It'll be an interesting read to see how much they're willing to spend.
Yeah.
I've been to Yard House. I like it a lot.
Yeah, do you? I've never been to that one.
So yeah, that's the market closed tomorrow for the major stock market, so that's why I'm necessarily not giving no stock picks tonight. But as far as XAU, like I said, XAU, we're still in the weekly downtrend, so you couldn't buy on the weekly. You couldn't sell on the weekly either because it's too late, but you could buy on the daily, right? Let's see. There's a buy on the daily. I'm not sure if you want to, but it's definitely available. And if the market is closed, it's going to set it up perfect for you to at least hit it. But then, I don't know. It's not a good buy for me. Like I said, if anything, since you was selling in the weekly, you'll probably buy in the weekly. That'll give you a better ride back up for this test of 449. This daily would probably be going to test 387. So yeah, so like I said, hey, that's what we should be worrying about. Stay focused, man. They're trying to move towards this last hour to hit the hour. Because at 4 o'clock, like I said, this is gonna be an important reading for everybody, but they want to keep him right here, so as soon as that boy go to 4, that boy would drop right on his head, peaky. They want to hit him and be able to go up, but like you got to see it, like it's going green, but the greens are building under. It's just like this is like one of those crazy plays, but we better get out of here, man. Thank everybody for coming through, man. This is Taco Tuesday, where we talk about currency only. Remember, I told you right here, this hour we're looking to push. Look, it's pushing again. It's going to hit this, trying to hit the 1 hour. Like I said, it benefits from the time. So just because, man, we're going to stay on here until 4. Right at 4, we out of here. So let's run this. We out of here at 4. Let's run this.
I'm from that dust on that floor. I was a nigga you could've trust, nigga. Here would've got bust by my nigga. Felt that cup, fuck nigga told. In my hood, it ain't no luck, young niggas keep moving rough. Niggas really don't give a fuck, swear it's a cold change. You ain't really stepping your own, nigga, hit you close range. They ain't giving no welcomes, he ain't did this to the dope game. They just keep discovering all them bodies tied to no names. Parents hooked on cocaine. Them niggas beating down them bloods, he turned the flame on. Death of my cousin made me lose and I can't aim wrong. Trying to find somebody else to blame, let's get this pain gone. Said it's still a couple fuck niggas I gotta rain on. Young nigga, hang on. Too many lies in your ear, they don't despise, they just feed. Cause your bank loan, wrap them pies in the bowl before it's ready. Bitches sold, niggas switching on them codes. Getting too hot, don't get your name on. Please don't get burnt by that red. Cause the fool will put them stones in your head, yeah. Streets on lock, nigga, we cut them up and drop off. One false move will take a top off. Reach into the harvest, dig deep cause you the hardest, ayy. Please enjoy the rain, don't let the change look obvious. Tired of all the politics and mention anger. Hey, money will turn a nigga to a stranger. Hey, they got it out for me. So indecisive with my pal, just keep this trap bubbling. This for them late nights, dealing with them great rice with fake rice. Race pice, hate why, really why you play nice, your heart fade. Still smiling on my dark days, causing too much damage, screaming the manager, you had to part ways. Don't need love, young niggas stay focused and them blessings they gon' creep up. Different ties, the monetized, but they gon' see us.
Man, RIP to the legend, man, Willie Mays.
Diving in this water, fuck nigga, ready to drown. You subscribe to be gon' exit the clouds. Only raining for the moment, don't be the next to be the cow. Giving no fuck nigga flowers, I say, please don't get burned by that red. Cause the fool will put them stones in your head.